and Marine Industry-related Expo, and the 5th edition is being held at Marine Drive Grounds, Kochi, from January 27th to 29th. Kerala has been the maritime gateway to South India with a very long coastline. Kochi, the queen of the Arabian Sea, placed along this coastline, has always kept its doors open to the maritime industry. Kochi Port, an all-weather port, is most strategically located on the east-west trade route. No other Indian port enjoys this maritime highway as the Kochi Port. All these factors fueled the growth of Kochi as a maritime hub. With this in context, this event will include a full range of stakeholders in the recreational and leisure boating market that will include speedboats, marine engines, navigational systems, and other supply service providers. The event will not just be about boats and marine equipment, but will also cover all water sports with more than 55 exhibitors who are displaying their products and services at the expo, and around 7,500 business visitors are expected from across the region. The event is supported and endorsed by Kerala Bureau of Industrial Promotion, KBIT, Kerala Tourism, Kochi Port Authority, Kerala Startup Mission, Kerala Metro Rail Limited, KMRL, Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, District Tourism Promotion Council, DTPC, Cochin Shipyard, Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, CIF, Indian Maritime University, IIM, and Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Studies, PUFOS. The technical sessions will also be held on the infrastructure and equipment requirements such as marine crafts, like pleasure crafts and small crafts, marinas, infrastructure, and logistics, which play an important role in addressing the tourism and water transportation sectors. The technical classes will be held as these 3 sessions span the full day. Now, I'm honored to invite our dignitaries onto the dais. Rear Admiral Supin Mukherjee of NSRY, Naval Ship Repair Yard, SNC Southern Naval Command, Kochi. Sir, a huge round of applause for our dignitaries, please. Shri N. Ravi, DIG, Indian Coast Guard. Shri Loknath Behra, IPS MD, KMRL. Moving on. Shri Baby Matthew Somadhiram, President, Kerala Travel Mart. Shri Alex K. Nainan, Chairman, FICCI. Senior Advocate, DJ Matthew. A huge round of applause for our dignitaries, please. And Mr. Joseph Kuriakose, Director of Cruise Exports. Now, I request everyone in this hall to stand up for a silent prayer. Thank you. Now, I call upon Mr. Joseph Kuriakose to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. Thank you, Monica. A warm welcome from the IBMF team. Our distinguished guests on the dais here as well as N. Ravi, DIG, Indian Coast Guard, Baby Matthew Somadhiram, APS, Alex K. Nainan, Chairman, FICCI, Task Force Committee and Senior Advocate Media Network. It is our honor to present you the 5th edition of our India Post and Marine Show. We're going to be inaugurated shortly and will go on to 29th of January. This 3-day event will feature more than 65 exhibitors from across the country, and we have some international brands also participating. The uniqueness of this show, this is the only boat show happening in India, and we are very thankful to the support that especially Southern Navy Command and our Coast Guard along with Kerala Kingdom has been giving to this edition. This is the 5th edition. And this year we have Kerala Industry Department who gave it is also setting up a SME pavilion for the SME to display their various products related to the boating and the marine sector. We also have a Kerala Startup Pavilion showcasing the startups in the marine sector. And the event is also supported and endorsed by KMRL, DTPC, FUFOS, and CISP. We are also having a detailed technical session following this afternoon. It will go on till 5:30 p.m. In fact, when we have met with the first mail that we have sent to our Admiral Sir's office for the program invite, we immediately got a very good response, and our DIG Coast Guard has been our the grand supporter of this event. In fact, he was there for our 2022 event also. We are also scheduling the motorboat rally sometime next month. Due to some technical issues, we couldn't do it along with this event, so that we are planning it in the next month shortly. And I hope that this networking platform over the 3 days will bring to the forces, especially the strength of the SMUs from the marine and boating sector, and especially with the Government of India, this Atma Nirman scheme, we want to highlight the various products and services that our SME sector can supply to both the defense as well as the tourism sector. We are also happy to note that we have a couple of state tourism delegations attending this event over a period of 3 days. We have already got confirmation from Madhya Pradesh Tourism, Chhattisgarh's Tourism Board, and the Andhra Tourism Board also is sending their delegation. And the industry department has been, Government of Kerala has been really supporting the show. Our Honorable Minister for Water Transport, he's just got delayed. I'm sure he'll join in. So as soon as he join in, we will do the required inaugural session of this thing. With this, I come to my end of my welcome. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have the key. Moving on, I call upon the dignitaries to come forward for the lighting of the lamp. We are pleased to invite Rear Admiral Shri N. Ravi, DIG Indian Coast Guard, Shri Loknath Behra, Shri Baby Matthew, Shri Alex K. Nainen, Shri Advocate Vijay Matthew. The Honorable Minister will also be lighting the lamp once he arrives. Thank you, dignitaries. Next, we have the keynote address to be delivered by the guest of honor, Rear Admiral Subir Mukherjee.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Sri Anthony Raju is not here, so whenever he comes, I'm sure he'll join us. DIG Ravi, Sri Loknath Behra, IPS, Sri Baby Matthew, Sri Alex K. Ninnan, and Senior Advocate Vijay Matthew. All esteemed dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has been very severe across the world, causing death to millions and disrupting trade. The business sector and the community at large has been affected, causing widespread economic crisis in several countries across the globe. Travel restrictions over the last 2 years has hampered international trade, and a large number of factories and companies have been forced to shut down. Fortunately for India, post lifting of COVID-19 restrictions, the economy has bounced back and is showing steady recovery in the last few months. The 5th edition of the India Boat and Marine Show 2023 is being held from January 27 to 29 at Kochi. This will encourage the stakeholders, exhibitors and partners in the marine and boating industry from all over India to return to normal business as potential investors have increased investments in marinas and leisure boating to support the tourism industry. Change is a constant. This is the adage of many learning organizations which shine to excel in their core areas of strength. The boat and marine industry has displayed remarkable resolve and determination and has created state-of-the-art infrastructure and well-equipped marinas for boosting marine, recreational and sports activities. With the proper support from the state government, Kochi has the potential to become the first choice destination for cruising and inshore water sports for both the local and international tourists. This B2B trade show being held, I believe, has more than 60 exhibitors from all over India and will also have special focus on vendor development program for the various PSUs, including defense establishments, shipyard, ports and other agencies. The event will focus on the products and services that can be offered by the SME units to the Indian Navy, Coast Guard, CSL and other stakeholders in this sector. As per the Government of India's Atmanirbharta scheme, the event will also be an ideal networking platform for all the agencies to interact with each other, to study the needs and requirements and come out with suitable roadmaps. On behalf of the Indian Navy, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers and best wishes to the exhibitors of India Boat and Marine Show 2023, which will not only provide a launch platform for various MSMEs involved in the boat industry, but also be a force multiplier for boosting the marine recreation and sports industry in the country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have the special address delivered by Sri N. Ravi, DIG, Indian Coast Guard.
Rear Admiral Subir Mukherjee, sir, NM, Admiral Superintendent, NSRY, Sri A.K. Matthew, Advocate, Chairman KMB, Sri Baby Matthew Sir, Sri Alex, and of course, man of the day, Sri Kuriakose, dignitaries of the dais, all the participants of the Maritime Boat Show, a very good morning to you all. Firstly, I must appreciate Kuriakose Sab for conducting this event, and this is the fifth edition, I am told. Last year, I had attended and there was a tremendous amount of participation, and year by year, it is increasing only. As everyone is aware that Kerala has a great scope for tourism, and variety of boats, variety of ships also come in this area. Almost around 40 backwaters are there where tourism can be developed. These boats not only showcase for the outsiders, but gets a livelihood for the local populace also. As people are aware that initial boat was started by the Egyptians who made the sailing crafts, then came the boats pulled by oars, then a boat called canoe came in, wherein the forward end had a sharp edge and the back edge was a sharp edge, and they used to pedal the boat. So day by day, the boat technology is also improvising, and we have reached a place where today boats can be run with different types of energy, including the solar energy. And I must bring out that we have the CEO of Metro Water with us, Sergeant John, and we are eagerly waiting for the Metro Water also to take place in Kochi. That will be added on asset to the whole of Kerala. So all the participants, I just want to extend my congratulations to you all. You all are doing a great job. Keep visiting Kochi and of course enhance the tourism sector. At the same time, your company also progresses. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Next, I call upon Sri Baby Matthew, President KTM, to deliver his address.
Good morning, everybody. Rear Admiral Subir Mukherjee and other dignitaries on the dais and dear friends. First of all, let me congratulate the Team Expo, Cruise Expo, for conducting such an event in Cochin. Congratulations from Kerala Tower Mud Society. Our Secretary, Mr. Pradeep, is sitting there. Our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Rajkumar, is sitting there. We had a great, one of the biggest travel mart in India happened last September. Definitely we are interested. Kerala Travel Mart Society is interested in the tourism part of this expo. You all know, internationally or nationally, water bodies are the biggest attraction for tourism. Whether it is sea, lake, river, any kind of water bodies in the world, including the swimming pools. So this is where tourism is having more importance and attraction. Today when I was just coming from Hotel Marriott, I met a guy who is making a luxury boat somewhere near here. And he came there to see a film star, to sell his boat. This all shows that, in the interest of the people, traveling or living, celebrities or anybody, business people, anybody, they are all interested on travel, whether it is boats, ships, whatever may, they would like to have it and they want to travel on it. I remember I traveled 3 months before from Bombay to Cochin in one of the ships with my family, with a group of our club. So this is the word. So I once more congratulate the team conducting such an event, and I have a request. You should participate in the next KTM. You should take a booth and participate in that exhibition. That is the biggest travel mart in the world. Thank you very much for conducting the show, the team, Cruise Expo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Sri Alex K. Nayanan, Chairman FICCI, to deliver his address.
morning, everyone. Respected Rear Admiral Sri Subir Mukherjee, Admiral Superintendent Naval Shipyard. Respected Sri N. Ravi, DIG Indian Coast Guard. Sri Baby Matthew, Mr. Joseph Kuriakose, Mr. Vijay Matthew, Advocate Vijay Matthew, other respected dignitaries of the dais, invited guests from the industry, trade and media, exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to felicitate Mr. Joseph Kuriakose and the Cruise Exports for organizing the 5th edition of India Boat and Marine Show. It is learned that this show will engage all types of boat builders, accessory suppliers, and other service providers from all over the region to introduce their products and services to potential buyers. It will provide networking opportunities between regional boating and the marine industry. The blue economy has opened a new horizon for economic development of countries through the use of ocean and marine resources, both at the national and international level. Blue economy deals with established ocean activities, which include fisheries, shipping, port and maritime logistics, marine coastal tourism and leisure, conventional minerals exploration and production, and marine construction activities, etc. Marine manufacturing is a globally dynamic sector and an important segment in the blue economy. Korea, Japan, and China are emerging as key market players, replacing the EU and the US. India has vast potential to emerge as a new global leader in ships and boats manufacturing. A perfect example is there right in front of us is the INS Vikrant. India's meteoric rise in the global market has been perceptible during the last decade. India is slowly but steadily emerging as a major market for the global industry. During the last 1 year, FICCI KESC has also connected ship and boat manufacturers of Kerala with officials from Canada, Korea, and Australia for technology collaboration and for mutual joint ventures. Industries Department, Government of Kerala, also organized an exclusive session in the name on the same, and FICCI also was a part of it. Strategically located with 590 kilometers of coastline, Kerala is one of the leading maritime states of India. Besides being located on the principal national trade corridor, Kerala is blessed with rich natural resources, quality workforce, and good health standards. Kerala has a long history of ports and shipbuilding and other marine activities, including coastal tourism, fisheries, and marine manufacturing. I think you would all have seen the Vasco da Gama Church and Fort Cochin. See, when Vasco da Gama, this is what I heard about. So when Vasco da Gama came to Cochin, came to Kerala, he came with his boat consisted of all the ship or the boat builders as well. Now, after a voyage, there are a lot of happenings at the sea, which the Navy and the Coast Guard would definitely know. So what happens is they have all these carpenters and all these people they bring along in their ship again. And that church in Fort Cochin, the Vasco da Gama Church, the roof, I understand, is an inverted version of the hull, of a hull actually, because they don't know how to design a church or whatever. So Kerala that way, I think it's one of the major activities which has happened years back. And I can also say that the state is ideally located for knowledge-driven industries and services, including logistics, food processing, marine research, maritime industrial designing, sustainable tourism, and a big data aggregation and application. Kerala has been a role model for developing an integrated tourism ecosystem which combines leisure and heritage, nature and wellness as well. The state is a global leader in successfully integrating tourism with Ayush and with nature as well. In spite of the state being a leader in tourism, performance of state in tourism-related activities related to coastal and inland water activities need further acceleration, such as development of cruise tourism, including downstream and upstream economic integration, which could open up new business opportunities with high-value jobs, public-private partnerships for developing seamless linkages between the cruise and land-based tourism, including better coastal crafts and construction, obstruction-free coastal roads, coastal passenger craft, multimodal connectivity between cruise roads, etc. FICCI, as an apex body of chambers of commerce and industry in the country, has been partnering with Government of India and various state governments in promoting fisheries, shipping, port and maritime logistics, marine coastal tourism, and entire ocean and inland water activities. The FICCI KS report on Blue Economy, Global Best Practices, Takeaways for India and Partner Nations, December 2019, clearly has given valuable inputs to Government of India while performing Blue Ocean concept. FICCI is also a secretariat for the IORA, that's Indian Ocean Rim Association Business Forum of 23 countries. Then there is BIM, STIC, and now for G20 countries. FICCI would be more than glad to connect with the boat manufacturers and suppliers participating in the exhibition, with overseas players, and to select countries for joint ventures and technology collaboration. I wish this event all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. In conclusion, we have Senior Advocate Vijay Mathew to deliver his address.
Five minutes to go. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Rear Admiral Subir Mukherjee, Shri Anthony Raju, Honorable Minister for Transport, Government of Kerala, Shri N. Ravi, DIG, Indian Coast Guard, Baby Mathew Somathiram from Trivandrum, and Mr. Alex K. Naina and my friend, FICCI Chairman, and of course Xavier Mathew, and many faces familiar to me are there. Let me first of all thank Joseph Kuyakos for having invited me to this occasion, and also extend hearty congratulations for this event as well as for the exhibition. At least some of you sitting here will think, Vakil nee veetlanda gaayittu. I am a designated senior advocate and practicing in maritime shipping and law of the sea. So that way I am connected. Moreover, I was also the chairman for Kerala Maritime Board for 3 years. That is my connection with Coast Guard and Navy, because we have 2 members in that board from Navy and Coast Guard. And we were closely associating with Navy and Coast Guard. In fact, since Minister for Transport is inaugurating, I made a note basically on the road transport, because he is in charge of road transport, motor vehicles and water transport. So regarding road transport, I think Mr. Joseph will make a note of it and convey to Minister. Because I, on behalf of all the people in Kerala, particularly Cochin, there is a judgment of the High Court that overtaking in city roads by private buses had to be stopped and strict action has to be taken. I think 1 or 2 days that was there. So Mr. Joseph, please convey to the Minister for Transport. And secondly, when I was the chairman for Maritime Board, I found that the water transport, the funny part is that the port department is basically managing all these 17 minor ports are with the Kerala Maritime Board under the port department. Water transport comes under another minister, Minister for Transport, Government of India. And all the construction and civil matters of the jetties, berth, and bridges or whatever it is connected with water is with the harbour engineering. That is with the fisheries minister. So even though there will be coordination with the ministers, I am sure that there is no coordination between the departments. That is why our all projects are getting delayed. And moreover, funniest part is that the project being taken up by the Harbour Engineering is mooted by the contractor. So accordingly, they will move to the Transport Minister, it will come to Port Department, then come to the Maritime Board. So that is one area I want to convey to the Minister. Then with regard to the boats, particularly in inland waters, because afternoon I am given an opportunity to talk on the smaller crafts. All the crafts, even particularly houseboats, everything is under the Inland Water Act, a central act, and each state has formed a state act. Ours is Kerala Inland Vessel Rule, 2010. And the new act has come in 2022. So before I step down my post as chairman, I gave a draft to the board and to the department, and understand that till now the new rules has not been framed or finalized or published. Because even now all the boats, small or big, or other boats which are being exhibited by Mr. Joseph, are registered with the Kerala Inland Vessel rules of 2010. So an urgent action has to be taken by the Minister for Transport and Minister for Water Transport to coordinate with the other departments and the ministers to frame the Kerala Inland Vessel rules. Because if you go to Alleppey, you can see a stretch of houseboats. Now it is very busy. If we check, we can see in the same number, we can see 3, 4 or more than that, 3, 5 boats, the same number and name. That was when we catch them, even board has decided to impose heavy fine. That is the main allegation against me. The chairman was not flexible. But I cannot be flexible because Savio knows that, my background. So I'm not extending my speech. The Honorable Minister is not here, but still Joseph should convey it. Definitely I will give a note of it. And once again I congratulate Joseph and the team for organizing this Marine India Boat and Marine Show. And thank you all the participants for patiently hearing me. Thank you.
Short note, the minister is expected shortly. He will arrive anytime soon. Moving on, I call upon Professor Ananda Subramaniam to adorn Shri N. Ravi, DIG, Indian Coast Guard, with the Ponnada. The Honorable Minister for Transport, Shri Anthony Raju, has arrived. A huge round of applause for our Minister, please. I now invite our Honourable Minister for Transport, Government of Kerala, Shri Anthony Raju, for the inaugural address.
Expo Director, Mr. Joseph Kuriakos, Sri N. Ravi, Sri Loknath Behera, Sri Baby Matthew, Sri Alex N. Nayanan, Advocate Vijay Matthew, Nandita Joseph, distinguished guests and other delegates present here. It's indeed a privilege and great pleasure for me to inaugurate this India Boat and Marine Show starting from today. As all of us know, Kerala has a rich maritime history right from ancient times. From time immemorial, foreigners have reached the shore of India and particularly Kerala by sea in search of spices. We had a time when people flocked from the Middle East in search of sea vessels made of strong Nilambur teak wood in Baipur from adventurous sailing trips, for adventurous sailing trips. Even today in the Gulf countries, there is a huge demand for Baipur-made wooden ships. Another aspect in the Navy led by the Kunyali Marikar. Thus, we became the owners of an illustrious naval history. Kerala's river-rich landscape has no comparison. In the past era, we had many vast rivers that could reach even the hinterlands of Kerala. Kerala has 44 big rivers, including 41 rivers flowing from east to west and 3 rivers flowing back. Boats were an indispensable means of travel in ancient Kerala life, and the vast waterways of backwaters and rivers from Shornur to Thiruvananthapuram had an unparalleled impact in the life of the people of Kerala. Similarly, the Konoli Canal in northern Kerala had a significant impact in the social, cultural and economic spheres of Kerala. Through the rivers originating in the eastern mountains, the upland resources reached the inland and the coastal region. How many of us today remember that today's houseboats, which are an asset to our tourism, were once the rafts that were the main link in the movement of goods and travel in Kerala? Cargo boats traveling here and there and huge boats laden with the goods for several days were a daily sight in Kerala's rivers in earlier days. At that time, it was a practice to take turns steering the boat and make food on the boat itself. That is how the cooking on the boat called Vallapajagam, which is now a famous dish in some hotels. With the advent of the national waterway, the movement of goods by water is expected to get a new impulse. Now it's the dream of Kerala's Chief Minister. 616 kilometers length of waterways from Kovalam to Baikal is clearing of the lake is going on now. It may take another 1 or 2 years to complete this. We know that by the development of the 616 kilometers of lake in Kerala, if that dream becomes fruitful, how much advantage we are going to make in the field of tourism and also in the transport sector. As all of us know, it is another waterway, which will inculcate the travel and tourism of Kerala. We know to make another highway in Kerala, how much cost it costs us, how much crores and crores of rupees we need. But now we have a waterway in Kerala which is unutilized or underutilized. That's why Chief Minister of Kerala, when he took charge, he commented that will be a wonderful scheme for Kerala's development. Now the government is at it to make the waterway of Kerala fruitful and effective. So in several stretches, the work to dredge the area is going on very well, and we expect it completed by 2024 or 25. It's a 616 kilometers waterway, which is a blessing to Kerala. We know how much traffic, huge traffic is in Kerala's roads, and how many accidents are taking place every day. When the waterway of Kerala, that dreams come true, all of us know that at least 1/3 of the vehicle from roads can be shifted to this waterway. The logistics, we know, except the perishable goods, all the other goods can be made travel through these waterways. Because even the oil or the other wooden articles and such things, it need not come in a fast way or within 1 or 2 hours. And the main thing is that on the oil, this diesel, petrol, which are now being transported through the road, how much risk we are taking. If something happens to one lorry, it can affect the whole village. We are facing that risk nowadays. Now we can, if once the waterway comes through, we can shift all these oil travel, and also the wooden and other goods can be transported through these waterways. That's why I said at least 1/3 of the traffic can be shifted to waterways once it is materialized. So it is going to be a very, very effective change in the history of Kerala if it is working out. And for the tourism sector also, without pollution, without the threat of accident, we can travel from one end to another end of Kerala. There will be no pollution, there is no gutter. On the zoo, we can dream on the two banks of the waterway, having kudumbasaris, hotels, restaurants, and other things, and traveling from Trivandrum to Kasaragod in waterways. How much inspiration we get from such travel, and pleasure we get from that travel. It may take some hours more to travel from Trivandrum to Kasaragod than by roadways, but the safety, security feeling, all will be an additional advantage for a travel through waterways. So Kerala government is giving much importance for the execution of this project of waterways from Trivandrum to Kasaragod, that is Kovalam to Baikal. It is 616 kilometers. So once it materializes, the boat area, the builders, operators, and others get wonderful opportunity for travel from one place to another. I am the Minister of Transport, and I am the Minister of State Water Transport also. Now we are having about 60 boats under State Water Transport Department, which are not sufficient for the present condition. But once our Trivandrum, Kasaragod or Baikal, Kovalam waterway is materialized, of course State Water Transport also can provide more boats for traveling. Even private agencies can provide more boats for traveling from one place to another. I dream thousands and thousands of boats are plying from one end to another end of Kerala. We know when we travel through roads, how much threat for our life. Can we close our eyes when we travel from Trivandrum to Calicut in car? We'll be looking at the driver, whether he is sleeping or not. How many accidents are daily occurring on roads? So to avoid this, in Kerala's present condition, it is very difficult to procure land and form another new highway. It's very costlier also. So in Kerala, as far as we are concerned, it is better that we provide the waterway, which will be more convenient and effective, and in all aspects, in industrial aspects and tourism aspects, of course, it is going to be a blessing for us. Anyway, then we will be able to design and manufacture new passenger vehicles and cargo rafts, which will enhance the supporting industries also. It's a widely accepted fact that water level in the most cost-effective and pollution-free model of travel. It is also a blessing given by nature to Kerala that there is a lot of potential in this field in the water-rich rivers of Kerala. Similarly, there is a need to prepare more facilities for tourists along the long Kerala coast. Sea travel to other coastal states of India should also be encouraged. A cruise from Kochi to cities like Mumbai and other places can certainly attract tourists also. There are countless possibilities in front of us in water travel. There is no doubt that Kerala, which is rich in water-dense coastlines, has many potentials for water transport. Similarly, Kerala is world famous for water sports and boat races. If enough attention is paid to this field, Kerala will get many opportunities to build water craft for canoeing and kayaking. We hope that this boat show, which showcases watercraft, cargo vehicles and tourist vehicles, will lead to a boom in this sector. I wish that India Boat and Marine Show to be beacon for the yachting sector and also tourism industry of Kerala and India. With these few words, I declare the 5th edition of the India Boat and Marine Show inaugurated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful words on the importance of the waterways. Now, I call upon Mr. Joseph Kuriakose to adorn our chief guest with the Ponnada and memento. Mr. Joseph Kuriakose is adorning our chief guest, Honorable Minister for Transport, Shri Anthony Raju. Thank you, sir. Moving on, I call upon Professor Ananda Subramaniam to adorn Shri N. Ravi, DIG, Indian Coast Guard, with the Ponnada and memento. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Mr. Savio Matthew of FICCI Kerala to adorn Sri Baby Matthew with the Ponnada and memento. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Mr. Joy Matthew from Mata Marine to adorn Sri Alex K. Nainen with the Ponnada and memento. Next, I invite Mr. Shaji from KMRL to adorn Advocate Vijay Matthew with the Ponnada and memento. Thank you, sir. Now, I call upon Nandita Joseph to present the vote of thanks.
Honorable delegates on the dais, our most valued exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen, I, on behalf of the organizing team, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers for gracing this occasion with their presence. First and foremost, I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to Sri Anthony Raju, Honorable Minister for Transport, Government of Kerala, for accepting our invitation as our chief guest and for being a part of this event and for delivering the inaugural address. Thank you, sir. A big thank you to Rear Admiral Subir Mukherjee, Admiral Superintendent, Naval Ship Repair Yard, for accepting our invitation and for being a part of this event as our guest of honor. Thank you, sir. Further, we are grateful to Sri N. Ravi, DIG, Indian Coast Guard, Kerala Region, Sri Baby Matthew Somathiram, President, Kerala Travel Mart, Sri Alex K. Nainen, Chairman, FICCI, Kerala Task Force Export Committee, and Senior Advocate Vijay Matthew, for taking time of their busy schedules and for being a part of this event. Thank you, delegates. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend my thanks to all the exhibitors who are participating in the 5th edition of the India Boat and Marine Show 2023 and for the enormous cooperation. Finally, I would like to extend my thanks to the entire organizing team for all their efforts. Last but not the least, I would like to thank God Almighty for enabling us to make this show a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandita. We have now come to the end of the inaugural ceremony, and I request all the dignitaries to visit both the halls of the exhibition. The technical sessions will commence by 1:30 p.m., so we request all the guests to assemble at the seminar hall by 1:30 p.m. I repeat, the technical sessions will commence by 1:30 p.m., so we request all the guests to assemble by the seminar hall by 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Good afternoon, friends. Come to the first technical first section is about passengers, passenger and goods transport in transportation. We have four speakers, and each speaker is going to be giving a presentation for 15 minutes each, and then we will have a 15 minutes question and answer session at the end of the session. This is how we're going to be. Saving in terms of saving energy, saving congestion, saving the greenhouse gas emission, etc. So various aspects of these elements will be discussed during the session. The first speaker for today is going to talk about the pressure yacht, the journey through the pressure yacht design. Pressure yacht design is designed and owned by him. And this is going to be presented by a gentleman who is a retired professor from IIT Madras. And he retired from IIT Madras in the year of 2018. He was also the former head of the Department of Ocean Engineering at IIT Madras. As a specialist in naval architecture and ocean engineering, he has inspired more than 35 research scholar students, guided in MS and PhD programs with several international publications to his credit. He was the recipient of the DAAD Fellowship program for research studies in Germany and has widely traveled to international universities and research establishments in different parts of the world. He has executed many consulting projects for shipbuilding industry, both in India and abroad. His specialization is ship hydrodynamics, ship design, computational fluid dynamics, otherwise the CFD applications, and has taken up several sponsored industrial and defense-related projects. Professor Ananda Subramanian continues the professional zest through his consulting company, Fine Hulls India Private Limited, and following his passion for creativity and excellence. He is settled in Kochi with family and an island dream home, continuing professional pursuit. His son and daughter are professionals with their families in USA. Professor Ananda Subramanian has a passion for empowerment of people through knowledge sharing. And that is the reason Professor Dr. V. Ananda Subramanian is here with us to talk about the pressure yacht design further. Sir, the stage is yours.
think I'm audible, right? Okay, from the back. And clarity. Because we had a lot of ambient noise. I told the organizer, but that cannot be helped. So we have to live with it. I know it is difficult to make a good presentation and help to mix up. Hello? So let us start. 15 minutes I have got. So thank you, Shaji, for the sentiments expressed. And now let us get on to the presentation. So the title is, first, thank you, Joseph Cruz, for inviting me here to help me to share my knowledge and experience with regard to a specific project which was a yacht design. So we asked me to present on a yacht design, so I am going to do with a lot of bias on the design that we executed, design, fabricated, and we are running it. So, and thank you, India Boat and Marine Show organizers. So, let us go to the first slide. Okay. You know, I started by saying that Kerala has beautiful backwater tourism locales. So, it's logical to think of yachts in this state. Okay? This happens to be a view right in front of our home there. Okay, next one. Hello. Okay, so my presentation outline is first telling you about the yacht and the characteristics. What are the design considerations? What is the technology that we have used for the actual construction of this? What were the challenges? And then with the conclusion. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to make it so technical, but it is going to be more of a visual experience that all of you can enjoy. Next one, please. So, how do we define a yacht? The yacht is basically a sailing or power vessel, and it is intended for pleasure, and it is used for either cruising or racing, and there is no defined length, but typically you talk of yachts with at least 10 meters length. It could go to 40-50 meters, and the inter-ocean yachts. Then, what are the features of a yacht that distinguishes it from a normal boat? It should have good aesthetics in terms of the form. You would have a cabin at least for stay overnight. It should be able to accommodate the owner and the guests or tourist passengers. Next one, please. This is, of course, the Cochin Marina, right here. And these are the boats parked at the marina in Konarpi Island. And that is, it could be a catamaran, it could be a monorail. Next one. Thank you. Hello. Ah, it's better, beautiful. Great. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So what are the features of the yacht? It will be slim and streamlined. When you look at it, you know the aesthetics that it suggests it's a yacht. Okay? And now I am talking of some of the features we incorporated in our yacht. That means the driver or the helmsman is at the aft in a full view. He is not sitting inside in a cabin. There is a canopy for protection from the sun and the wind and the rain. And for the passengers, it gives a nice, breezy experience. In terms of interior layout, it would have a lounge, it would have a bedroom, it would have a kitchenette, it would have a bio toilet. So that, in other words, it's a small home, but many people then think, is it a houseboat? The houseboat is a totally different connotation, which is more in the Kerala context. Whereas this is a different different experience altogether. Okay? Then, of course, it needs to have an engine. It is not an outboard motor, it's an inboard engine. And you need a power source for air conditioning, for the kitchen loads such as a microwave, a fridge, and so on. So, these are the parameters for design. Next one, please. Yeah, this is our yacht, the Bolgati Island. Okay? Next one. So this is the interior. So you have a lounge, you have a kitchenette, you have a bedroom at the far end, you can see there. I'm just giving you a motivation to know more about what I'm going to talk. That's why I presented it this way, because this should logically be at the end. But I'm putting it at the beginning to tell you what it is about, how we achieved it. Next. Yeah. So what are the design considerations? First you have to design what you want, and therefore you will boil down to the most important aspect of size in terms of length. In this case it's a 12-meter long craft. The beam is important, beam is the breadth. You need enough for comfort, so we decided on 3.5 meters, and usually the beam has a bearing on the stability and also the roominess. We usually talk of the ratio length to breadth. This length to breadth is 3.4, which suggests that it is a beamy vessel, which means you feel the comfort when you sit inside it. Next. Speed. The naval architect talks of speed as what is called the Froude number, and that Froude number here suggests it is in the high speed as a displacement vessel, but otherwise it is a moderate speed of 8 knots. You all know that knot is the unit of speed for marine crafts. 1 nautical mile per hour is knot. So 8 knots, which corresponds to about 16 kilometers per hour. Slow speed. A fine hull form, a streamlined superstructure, and a nice shapely aft, what is called a tumble bow with a curved transom. Then, the most important thing for the designer is to control the weight, because if you don't control the weight, the displacement goes up. The craft, that is the portion underwater, goes up. It might affect your stability. So, designing and controlling the weight is a very important aspect. That could be the additional constraint of aircraft, because you may be passing under low bridges. Next. Next please. So here you can see, because I was talking of the nice fine form, as it emerged at our factory, you can see the very graceful form of the hull and the superstructure. And you can see the aft, the curvature I was talking of, what is called that double bow, the curving inward. These gives it special aesthetics. Okay. This is the typical lines plan, which is the 3-dimensional representation of the shape that you are going to build, and it is obviously put on 2-dimensional paper, so you have to have 3 different views. But anybody who is familiar looking at these figures will be able to see, you see in the bottom figure, that it is curving at all levels, at all water lines. There is no parallel with body, which is definitely only for ocean going ships. So all this suggests a fine hull form. Okay, next one. So once you have made the design on paper, you have to evaluate the design by doing what is called the tank test. Today you can also do CFD simulations to assess the resistance and how much aging power is required. That's not involved in this. And just what is happening, how 128 horsepower engine. Next. So we made the model, we did the test, and this curve is interesting because at low speed, the curve has a gentle slope. But once the speed exceeds that 8 knots, you can see the curve goes steep up. This is the general characteristics of ships, that you cannot get any speed by putting any engine power. There is an upper limit. So that is what it is for the displacement crafts. So we decided on 8 knots, and as I said, the power is shown at that point. Next. Now, I'm not going to present all the technical numbers to you, but I'm now bringing to the fact that we use a modern technique called vacuum infusion using sandwich core and fibers inside and outside. So it is called quadriaxial fiber and there is a sandwich core. The difference is usually in fiberglass you build layers of fiberglass, usually the chopped strand mat, the woven provings, the quadriaxial fiber or the biaxial fiber, and you build up the thickness and the strength. In this case, you are using less material and infusing it by a vacuum process, and your entire hull gets done in half a day's time, and you are building up immense strength and stiffness. These are unique aspects of the vacuum infusion process. Next one, please. Oh yeah, can you please go back? Can you please go back? Yeah. I already listed what I said. Saving of material, high strength, weight saving, which is very important. Next one. Yeah. So, if anybody is interested in the engineering properties, you see that if it is hand layer and you compare with the vacuum infusion, you see there is a almost 25% increased strength. There is a 31% increased modulus. So all these are important properties. Next one please. In terms of the bending strength, flexural strength, you get 15% more strength for infusion. You get 64% more flexural modulus. Very important properties that you get. Next one. This is just the structural plan given us. We can skip that as an overview. Next one. You have to make a plug. You have to make the die. And this is the die full size made, but it's made in parts because we have to transport it for logistical reasons. So it was being done. Next one. This is the die fully assembled, being prepared for what I call the vacuum infusion process. Next one please. Now you see the complexity of preparing for vacuum infusion. It is an elaborate process that you have to put layers, you have to put a sandwich core, you have to cover it with a film, you have to put a vacuum pump, evacuate the air so that later when you feed it with resin, the resin will simply get sucked in, and in 2-3 hours the entire boat's hull is fully wetted with the resin and it gets pure. There are processes of using the catalyst and an accelerator, etc., which I am not doing. Right? So this helps you to appreciate what vacuum infusion process is about. Next one. Yeah. More of the details, and this is a picture after the vacuum infusion was done. You can see a wet look, and this will take 3 to 4 hours to fully set. Next one. You can see, unlike in normal fiberglass molding where you have a bucket and you put small quantities of resin and use it, here entire about 400, half a ton of resin is mixed priorly and it will go into the part. Okay? Then, what is the pressure? You have to maintain absolutely 0 millimeter pressure So finally the hunt comes out. You can see the graceful form of it as it gets released from the board. Next one. What we should do.
The most important thing is very good talk to know that the great and to give an example of the state of exactly what you are occurring and here of course you are going away. So with that, I end my presentation. So the conclusion is that I just presented to you how to design the art, how to fabricate, what are the challenges, what are the advantages. We say that with the beautiful coastline and the 1,900 kilometers of waterway in Kerala, there is a great potential, but then it is not all roads. There are many challenges. For example, the Kottapuram Canal is not interdisciplinary. There are many challenges. There are instruments sold pushing out. There are people underwater. Damage their necks. Thank you.
We have one speaker who is supposed to speak on the model.
കേട്ടില്ല
company aims to electrify the ocean, aims to resolve the two problems that the diesel and petrol vessels are facing. One, of course, is the pollution. Pollution caused by air, water, and noise. Another big problem is the safety and the stability of the road. And the operating cost of diesel and petrol boat is huge for a boat owner. So this is a study that we have done on a 75-passenger diesel or petrol boat, which is operating in a 3-kilometer range, meaning 22 The daily fuel amount cost you 1,000 rupees. The boat owner is getting only 6,000 rupees at the end of the day. So this clearly establishes how someone running on a diesel or petrol boat it has a huge loss when it comes to the daily operating expenses. And our mission today is when the fuel prices is going high and pollution is large, we are on the road to pick up a large delivery company which will apply decarbonization for environment. As of now, we have to successful in decarbonizing small vessels, which means all roads we have to so-called zero carbon emission. Once we completely electrify the entire spectrum of small vessels, we will have to decarbonizing and making large vessels for the maritime industry. Small vessels. Any ship that is 75 meters in length can be classified as a small vessel. We incorporate two technologies while making solar and battery boats, and both use green energy. While we have been successful in making use of solar and battery to run the boat, we are currently experimenting with wind as a technology for running boats. And various wind energy solutions will be tested on our solar vessels to make it sustainable for voyages on a carbon scale. Example of a small scale that we have built in Aditya. It has already completed 6 years of full running as a tool. One of our best solar
എനിക്കറിയില്ല ഞങ്ങൾ രാവിലെ
vessel is Avalon. The Avalon is a luxury catamaran that was designed to offer the perfect mix of comfort and adventure. With a top speed of 7 knots, this beautiful vessel is ready to take you on your next journey. Let us assume that you are planning to run a 15-seater countdown. See, the price tag is 200 rupees. If you run it for 6 hours, you will generate a revenue of 18,000 per day. Since it is a 20 kilowatt battery, operating cost is 140, and for the crew will be 1,000
glass, mainly Brazilian glass. As per the European standard and understanding, the small craft means a vessel of less than 60 meters in length and of any kind or type used or capable of being used as a means of transport in water, and are motion and wings are expected to reach 28 to 38 miles per hour or reach 5 to 7 feet. A small craft in the marine context is any vessel or conveyance that floats on or operate in water and is under condition. If there is any mistake, again, the definition, a small craft may be used for commercial definition and other technical details of small craft mentioned in the craft. The requirement for small craft for Indian India's part is an international recognized society. Knowing that we are all aware of this, our people department are not trying to, still they are not aware of this. And to go to the education shooting before, in one case, all that purpose is guaranteed the going way, excluding carrying more than 60 special are not applicable. Vessels carrying more than 60 industrial personnel, industrial ATVs, all persons are transport and economic control. The purpose of offshore industry is perform and craft, noise, kayaks, surfboats, power surfboats, sailing vessels, all of you know, must be knowing that two hydrofoil are lying in Marine Drive. Our former chairman of the board about what importance it is to tire business, towing tires. So he was taken to Greece and brought to hydrofoil, lying there, and about the hydrofoil. And I think Simon sir also might have been instantly. In code, doesn't have cards. In open cards, police not likely to protect the cards. Whereas in accordance with the definition of the car left, that can be closed at the time of step uninterrupted by other channels from so to say that we have simply registered with the fisheries department. So we try to, that's why I was talking with Minister Raji today morning. All the department has called together and even to our outpost in Albi. The same number that are given to the we know that. 17 to 33 of the Act dealing with the legislation is there about all according to Section 17, the name and application of the Act. Chapter 5 shall not appear on any voyage or be used for any service unless it has a valid certificate of registration granted by the application. The process of registration. One person may make an application for registration and be local England vessel which has a valid certificate of survey issued under the flag in such form and manner all such particulars as may be prescribed by the government. Yes, please. These are the list of prescribed form for the application for registration that is made to the extra of England vessels in the position of the state police, honor of the mechanically profiled England vessel, sites or next as a principal place of business, officially election office. The register of England vessels satisfied that registration is not compliant with the means to register mechanically profiled England vessel for reasons to record in writing and shall provide applicant a note containing the reasons for the next. Please start the official number to next. 24 to the registration and issuance of certificate, the whole particulars, details of monthly official number, constitutes category officer, and other particular assembly next. 24 requires the honor to display the official number plate of speakers part of the vessel as may be prescribed by the secretary. That is the issue we are facing in Kerala. None of the vessels stationed at the area are displaying the official number, including the registration details, and many vessels are lying in backwater with the same number. This or non-mechanically profiled England vessels after 17 section 21 to 96 Act is applicable. Non-mechanically profiled England vessel have an obligation to enroll in the authorized requirement of next. Registration. Yes. Next. Category A and B except to register with the registration authority of all the these are the procedures to apply with registration of the rules that are following this
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Actually, this is a session for at least a day. He has concluded it in 20-25 minutes. Thank you so much, sir. Now, let me just give a brief of the discussions we had. In the meantime, I would request the organizers to please arrange the 4 chairs over here for 10 minutes question and answer session. We had 3 different papers. The topic was for passenger and goods transport, inland as well as coastal transportation. We know that there are many aspects that we covered in this particular paper, but we have just touched upon a few elements. One of the things which I have seen was the Professor Ananda Subramanian talked about yacht design. It's not only the yacht design, the design aspects that have to be followed for a vessel has been very well narrated by Professor Ananda Subramanian. The various elements that covers, right from the lifespan, the legal aspects that are required to be considered while designing a boat, the various considerations, challenges that he has undergone while constructing his own yacht. Yacht, of course, is one component of the inland transportation, but similar to yacht, any boat or the passenger vessels or any other transportation means that you make it to the water needs certain considerations. These are considered as typical challenges, typical considerations of the design elements. Another important factor that we covered is the vacuum infusion technology that is being followed, that has been followed on the vessel that we have built. And this is a technology that is emerging. It is there across, I think, many of the shipyards in Kerala itself we have, and even the water motor boat which we have constructed has used the same technology of vacuum infusion. Obviously, there are a lot of advantages of using vacuum infusion to avoid many structural defects and reducing the weights, etc. Unfortunately, we could not see the video about how the testing is to be done. That would have been very good for all of us as technical people. But overall, I have seen an insight into the design elements of small craft. I take it as a small craft, though it was taken as a typical example of a yacht, but almost all aspects of the design elements were covered in that. The second paper from Ms. Levita Kemapu, and this is something which we are reading for. Maybe may I request all the speakers to please come and sit on the dais when I have a question and answer session. I'll just write up in 15 minutes with the remaining summary of the speeches. She had there are a lot of elements that is giving a lot of insights to us about the financials of how the change that can happen with diesel as well as diesel and the electricity to be used when we go for the next generation of ships. And in fact, the smaller crafts are the area where we can definitely use the electricity because it's not a huge power that we are talking about. Smaller power, it will be easy for us to do the electrification of the boats, and then how effectively they have used the solar energy to bring in or to cut down the operational cost was very thought-provoking. And people going forward, I think would definitely go for these kind of battery operational boats or the electrification of majority of the boats. It was a well-presented speech with facts and figures. That was so. Thank you so much for sharing us that much information. It's really helpful for people to come forward for making into such designs. In fact, this is another the water boat which is being built is also having we're using the electricity as maximum electricity. The main operational fuel is the electricity for these boats also. It can fly up to 8 knots and it uses only electricity for flying up to 8 knots. And Nawal also the famous boat Aditya, we also got the figures of how about 6,000 rupees versus 200 rupees. That's the kind of change that we are looking forward. So let us all now the people who are going forward with the designs and aspiring for expecting new boats can very well look forward to these kinds of elements also in the designs. And the last speaker, Vijay Matthew, the legal aspects of small crafts. We have seen what are the rules and regulations provided for us to when we go for registering a boat, what are the law points that need to be considered while we are going for declassing a vessel, what are the basic points that we need to look at when it comes to the liability part of it, various types of notations which are being used with the inland vessels, the area of operation for the various vessels, different definitions of the small craft, and in fact there are rules available to us for reference, so we can go through this particular element. There are Inland Vessel Act, Merchant Shipping Act, etc. There's one of these surprising things which we all come to even the morning we mentioned about different vessels are the same numbers. It's really surprising to note this particular element. I don't know how this happens. This should not be happening anywhere. At least in Kerala, we should not be looking at such a case. And this is something a big revelation for us. We do not know about this kind of thing. We should be looking at it very seriously and correcting at the earliest. With this coming up, may I request all the speakers, Professor Subramanian, Ms. Revita and Senior Advocate Vijay Matthew to please come on stage. Okay, the floor is open for any questions if you have. We will try to wind up in 10 minutes. We have started 45 minutes late, but we'll try to have a 10-minute session if anybody has any questions. You have a cordless mic? I think he has a question. Can you give a cordless mic there? You want to ask any address to any particular speaker, you can say the name and then speak, or you can ask the question to you. You can come forward. Are you working? So please come forward.
Actually, I am representing Bangladesh Tourism Board, and instead of our Prime Minister's dream project, we are going to start various river cruises. Now, in this development river cruise, I would like to know what all kind of machinery we have to where we will fly these cruise ships, that is the Narmada River. Now, Narmada River is A quality water and it's used for washing and all. So, while we do not want to pollute the river, at the same time we also want to have a state-of-the-art cruise ship running there. So, for that purpose, what all kind of machinery we should be looking forward to install in that river cruise ship? This is my question.
I think that is going to Revita, because it is more of a decarbonization part which is talking about without much pollution. May I please explain on further on?
So we need to do the calculations and definitely I'm sure you can
Then we have to go for electrification. That is something else. Or any fuel that gives out minimum pollution. And the typical example, we already have something which has already been experimented in Kochi. That is, many things have been experimented in Kochi, which is called Kochi Water Metro, Aditya Boat, and fishing product. They have already made it with almost zero pollution. So, sir.
As indicated by our chair section, my question is about two boats having the same number, same name. I do not know how it happens. Is it by plan or by form?
The boats running in the same number. Some of the river country, I can go to boat. We can do something. And if we go directly, we don't identify the boats. We say that about 5,000 boats are there. We usually say 550 without. Then, out of which many boats that have been registered in Kodungalur or Kollam, as per the maritime, all the boats are coming to quality. Don't cruise. So like any heavy, how much you want. If they half an hour to
big queue. So there should be some restriction of and that was treatment in 2016. We have made a meeting and those vessels registered in Kodalo and Kodalo have to go back to Kodalo. That is not that part of so now, before I step down from the maritime, we decided and asked a solution and given the Chief Minister that the same has to be reviewed. Instead of vessels running, 50% vessels running without registration, better regularize it. And in future, take penal action. So that is what I the transport minister today morning. He said, definitely he will approach that. Because nobody is there to coordinate. Because water transport is unministered. They are being implemented now by the transport department. And of course, as you said, in general, it was not even in LPD, I think 6 months back, on board of fire, all the passengers coming to the water. So it's not that all. Even one gentleman really has come to me and he want to start an operation in inland water. I told you, and I was at Asa, how this is managed by Prime Minister. Even we approved that. But I don't know where it is. Okay.
Thank you. I think it is something which is very serious. From this forum, if it can be taken up further by any level, whoever has the hold with the government can be taken up to avoid any these kind of violations anymore. Sorry.
Questions for Vijayanagar. 2021 Indian Vessel Act is so rules are modified. Some of the rules are modified by June 2022. Except I think only except design and construction. Except design and construction, all other rules are modified. But during that feedback, we also gave some comments. Now it is the age of electric boats. We are talking about electric boats, autonomous boats, those kind of things. But unfortunately, nothing has reflected in this, neither in the Act nor in the rules. We have different some comments, but nothing has happened. So my question is, what can be done now?
Understand that even in the morning session, every meeting I talk with the National Minister. Since we have every country's local is a handle of the what is the problem? He asked me to give a note and he has written his number. Unless and until some minister has taken the personal trust to regularize the things. Nothing else. We pass us to go to the department, we try there. If we decide something, recently I heard a speech of the President of Tamil Nadu. He's from CAG. Yes, former chairman of Kerala City Board. He was mentioning in one of the speech in India. Initially, entire bureaucracy, right from the area of people in town, they were all against my board because it is being held by a chairman in the lower there. So everyone had to see and said some bureaucrats from the oil gas service, and they want to change.
department will start sitting there, money is involved. They will do the finance department. After 6 months it will come back. Then we will submit to law department. We will take it to the So if it goes 3-4 times, the term will be over. That has happened everywhere. Even for Aftermath. Aftermath, they are running their head. And CM is firstly invested.
That is correct. I think the answer is already said, but some missionary has to move it further, otherwise it is not going to be helping ourselves.
So what I understand is the present rules which move to the central rule. Now the state doesn't have much freeway to correct it or something like that. We have to take it up with the center proceeds.
But that has to be implemented at the state. Because along with the International Act, they have taken the rule. The state has to implement that, adding some of the components also, and get it approved by the government.
I think we will limit it one more question because other papers and sessions are waiting. And one of the items which we have highlighted here, the electric boards and the electric ELA is coming up. So definitely there should be one of the main components of the cost is the people. The cost which is going to be spent for the crew that is going to be operating these boards. The number of people as required on board is another consideration. There is no engine operator, driver is not required. And in the cases like water metro, we don't have somebody who wants to give a ticket. There is no people required. So number of personnel requirement is another thing which need to be looked at, especially when it comes to operational element. Operations cost, one of the major costs for such operations. Electricity is cheaper than diesel for sure. But the other major cost is the people. The people are something which, how many number of personnel are going to be employed on an electric boat is something which need to be seriously looked at for controlling the cost part. And I will go for one more question before we wind up. Okay, what's your question?
Registration people are not giving a registration, then they had a big problem. So if I am building a small speedboat, are you able to give me, the requirement, the specification, there is anything special for the India? India, everything is special, you know that. So are you able to give me, these are the requirement, if you met this requirement, then your boat is registration is no issues. Are you able to help us for this?
See, first of all, I am not the present chairman of Maritime Board. Even if I am chairman of the Maritime Board, what you have to do is you have to approach people like him and IIT fellows and Professor Simon and other experts. Get a good design and get it, even before submission, get it convinced by the concerned somewhere officer in charge, then officially submit. Okay.
I think Ananda Subramanian sir might be able to give some more light on it because he's already done a pressure yacht on his own and he got it registered over here.
You want to build a 22-footer vessel, right? Yes. So what I'm saying, you can go to the rules, reading, whether it is in the inland vessel, it's in the small craft, it's in the high-speed light craft. The technical requirements are clearly spelled out. So you may or may not go for classification under the Indian Register of Shipping or any of the papers of the IAS. That actually would be the code. Fulfill all the engineering requirements. Stability, all these things.
As you said, you define part, you deal with it. Define and technical part. Other submission paper matters later later. Other submission of papers and getting it passed. Let us do our best. Okay. Let us get it convinced, then we will get it passed.
I cannot resist telling something because for my boatyard, I went to the panchayat for the license. The funny thing is, they said your boatyard is in the CRZ zone. Can you imagine something like this? Where can you build a boat? Somewhere in Idiki or something, far away from the waterfront? This is their independent. They said now we have to refer to the CRZ whether permission can be granted for your boat. Now this is the kind of enlightened people we have to deal with. Actually you would also be running, I also ran behind that. And we found a way out.
I think it is time for a lot of questions I know in the sector. This is a sector where we can have many number of questions, but due to time running out, we can have one more question. We'll take one more question and wind up.
I am ex-CSL engineer. I would like to ask for clarification two questions. One to Nivedana and one to Advocate Jamaji. Nivedana, you said that solar power can be used for all these RTA works. But I doubt if these are to be continuously operated from morning till night, just like water metro, or 10:30 p.m. also. Will the solar power be sufficient to cater for that much time? That is one question. And to Advocate Vijayamatu sir, just for as a layman, I am just asking you, you said about inland water vessel. Suppose an inland water vessel is ready to go on a voyage. Should it be approved or certified by IRS or a government agency or MNDA? Last question I will answer. Because typically you have said it is an inland vessel. Inland vessel is stationed under the Inland Vessel Act or Inland Vessel Bill. And if you want to do a voyage in the coast or within the waters, no other registration is required. So if you go beyond that, then the IRS and MSAT will apply.
So you can charge these batteries from the grid, ACB. So if solar power is not available, you can use the grid energy to run the motors. Otherwise, the battery capacity will be lower.
I hope you got your answer. Thank you so much. It was indeed a pleasure to be with you all, having a very interactive session, and we might be seeing more interactive sessions in the coming, upcoming technical sessions. And thank you very much. It is time for me to wind off things. I have already briefed about the summary of individual papers, and now that the question answer session is also over, I would hereby adjourn the session 1 of technical session 1 of the Indian Boat and Marine Show. Thank you very much.
With that, we have come to the end of the first session. Now I invite the panel chairman, Shaji P. Janardhanan, to give away mementos to all our speakers. First, I invite Dr. V. Ananda Subramanian, retired professor, IITM. Next, I invite Ms. Remita K. Madhu, director of NAVALT. Next, we have Senior Advocate B.J. Matthew. Finally, I request Director Cruise Expos Joseph Kuriakos to give away memento to our panel chairman, Shaji P. Janardhanan, Chief General Manager, Water Transport, KMRL. Thank you, delegates. Next, we are moving on to session 2. I invite our panel chairman for session 2, Professor Dr. K. A. Simon, Director, Alberts Maritime Institute, onto the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Without much ado, let me move on to the task in front of me. We have 4 illustrious speakers for the next session. I do not know if all are present. We start with Mr. Jitesh Chandra Ji, if he is present here. I will have a brief introduction of Mr. Jitesh Chandra. He is the Deputy General Manager, Cochin Shipyard. He, along with another author, I don't know if he is present here, both are there, Mr. Sangeeta Balu. Sangeet Balu. I'm sorry, making a mistake there. Mr. Sangeet Balu is an electrical engineer of design department of Cochin Shipyard. Incidentally, my name is Dr. K. A. Simon. I am the director of Alberts Maritime Institute, Kalamassery. I was associated with Cochin Shipyard in my capacity as the MMD surveyor for almost 16 years. Our paper is on hydrogen fuel and green energy. As you know, today we have 4 topics for discussion. All the topics are of relevance in nature. We start with green energy. This is a much widely talked about subject because it has become the need of the hour. Climate change, as you all know,
is not something that is going to happen later because of the greenhouse gas effect. But it is happening now, here and now. You have witnessed the catastrophic flooding in Kerala and the disorderly way the rainy season is happening. So these are the ill effects of the greenhouse gases. And it is time, it's high time that we move on to the green energy sources. Incidentally, yesterday I was listening to a talk on solar power, solar energy. In a lighter vein, I must say that there is a question at the end that if everybody is going to use solar power, solar energy for making electricity, in a few years' time, the sun will lose its light. That's what one fellow was apprehensive. But it was in a lighter way that we dealt with the subject. As we move on, we do not know what is the ill effects of the present situation of green energy. We don't know, we just started thinking about it. Anyway, we also talk about today in this session the waterfront tourism. Waterfront tourism, of course, has got a tremendous scope of expansion and development. And the third subject is electric boat propulsion. Is something of great interest in a place like Cochin and Kerala. In fact, there is one more, operational aspects of ferry boat and operation by renewable energy. All are very interesting topics that we are going to face today. In my opinion, all these topics will come under what we call the blue economy. Now the whole world is talking about blue economy, and here in India, our Prime Minister is also giving more thrust towards this topic of blue economy. It covers all these aspects like the shipping, tourism, fishing, mining and so on. So let us listen to the first topic of the day. May I request our first speaker, Mr. Jitesh Chandra Ji, to make his presentation on hydrogen fuel and green energy. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic we are going to talk is about hydrogen fuel and green energy. My name is Jatish. I will be presenting this paper along with my colleague, Mr. Sangeet Balu. We both are from Cochin Shipyard Design Department. What we would like to cover in this presentation is there are a lot of developments happening in and around us as we speak. For the search of an alternate fuel instead of fossil fuels. So in hydrogen particularly about the hydrogen, what all developments are being happening, what we know we'll try to discuss here. We are not hydrogen experts, but we'll try to based on our whatever experience we had with our electric boats and discussions with various forums, we would like to present here about hydrogen fuel. Yeah. So, in 1950s, you know that steam engines were the main source of propulsion for the marine vessels, and in 2000, we have shifted to diesel engine. In 1915s we shifted from steam engines to diesel engines, and which the diesel engines which has been there for almost 70 years is under question now because of the pollution. It's being produced from carbon, sulfur and nitrous oxide. So that has led us to a search of alternate fuel for the future. So we have got a lot of challenges here. Until now we do not know what is the way we are going to move forward. So whether actually there should have been a question mark there, whether it is going to be a hydrogen, the sources could be ammonia or green methanol or whatever it is. So whether the future propulsion system would be of hydrogen or not, that is one of the questions in front of us. Yeah, can you go to the next slide? So based on IMO target, International Maritime Organization, they have set a target in order to meet the challenges of greenhouse gas emission. You can see if the business is as usual, the yellow line, it will go up. But the target is to reduce compared to 2008. The 2008 emission, it is to reduce to almost 40% by 2030. And then the target is to reduce before this century, that means before 2100, net zero by 2100. That is the target. So as I said, no proven technology at present alone can meet this challenge. So we are all searching out and looking for different ways and means to achieve this target. Can you go to the next slide? And another target is, you can see in addition to the carbon dioxide emissions, we have got emissions like sulfur and nitrous oxide. The sulfur emissions is controlled in emission control areas. You can see the red line. It was around 1.5% up to 2015, and now it is less than 0.5% in emission control areas. Sulfur that is limited to a much lower range, and this is, and in globally it has to meet around 0.5% for sulfur emissions. Same is the case with nitrous oxides. We have got tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 engines, and globally now tier 2 is mandatory and tier 3 is mandatory in emission control areas. So these are the challenges and the measures which we have taken in for CO2 emissions and other sulfur and nitrous oxide emissions. So all is aiming for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Can you go to the next slide? So how we are going to reduce this? So the way in which we are designing the ship is being challenged. We have to find new ways, new designs, and how it is operated, that is also being challenged. So we need to find new operational methods where the greenhouse emissions is reduced, and what and how it is fueled, what are the fuels are used. So the way it is designed, operated and fueled, all these are being we are searching alternative measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So can you go to the next one? So some of the alternate fuels which we know is biodiesel, biogas, LNG, LPG, methanol, hydrogen, and whether it could be fully electric powered or solar. So you can see the green ones. The green ones show that that is the best to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and noise. So that those are the hydrogen or fully electric or the solar ones. Others has got, maybe it's a transition phase, you can do that, use it for the time being, but that may not resolve the 100% greenhouse gas emission issues. So the options in front of us is whether we go for hydrogen or fully electric or solar. So each has got its own merits and demerits. So it's a transition phase, as I said. Challenges are there. Infrastructure is not there. We are still that for decades we have been following diesel engines, and we don't have enough engines or facilities for these kind of fuels or production facilities, or the engines are not suited to take hydrogen. So there are a lot of challenges in front of us. So right now a combination of all these are being followed. Can you go to the next one? So you can see the future propulsion could be, for some of the aspects, it could be from solar, some could be from biofuel, then some could be from the LNG, and wind power is there, fuel cell through hydrogen, and shore power. So these are all being tried out now. Many are in advanced stage, some are in pilot projects and being tried out. So in this session, we'll focus on hydrogen particularly. So the aspects on hydrogen, I would request my colleague Sangeet to carry on from here.
Thank you for the introduction. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So now we will be talking more on how hydrogen is going to be the next future. So hydrogen is nowadays called the next showstopper. I don't know whether it will get the upload that it wants, but it always has the all the qualities that is needed for a showstopper. That is like it is readily available. It doesn't produce any harmful emission, and it is very environmentally friendly because when we think about a fuel cell, the end product that we get is only water. So it is very environmentally friendly product. Next slide, please. But yet, even being called as a showstopper, it has its own challenges. When the technology that is going to change, that it is on a changing phase, always the economics of the technology is on one of the question mark. So unfavorable cost economics is always a question, and also there is no harmonized standards and regulations, and there is enough supply challenges because the infrastructure that we need to develop for the if we think India as a market is going to be a huge and humongous task, and the high energy requirements so when we talk about hydrogen, because of its low specific gravity, it needed to be either transported in a compressed form, or it should be changed to liquid hydrogen so that it is so that we can transport a commendable amount of energy with hydrogen. And the other thing is that low durability of the materials, because the whatever we are using for transportation, it will get degraded over the years because the hydrogen is when it reacts with the hydrogen. And also, if you are thinking about the bulk storage option, if we use geographic features, the problem is that the hydrogen in its pure form will easily get contaminated, and when we have to actually use it again, then we have to go for purification processes. And transportation issue is, as already mentioned, it is also going to be a heck of an issue. Next slide, please. So, when we talk about hydrogen, there are two things that will come to picture. One is fuel cell and another one is electrolyzer. So, electrolyzer is what we use in order to make hydrogen, and the fuel cell is just an opposite. We will use it, the hydrogen will be used in order to produce the electricity. So, when we talk about fuel cell, it is similar to that of a battery. The thing is that it will have two electrodes and electrolyte, and the only difference between a battery and a fuel cell is that battery will be having in its own capability of energy, storing energy, but hydrogen is not like that. As soon as we are, as long as we are supplying the hydrogen fuel to a fuel cell, it will give us the required amount of power. So here we can think about hydrogen fuels as two things, like fuel tank will be separate and the fuel cell will be giving the power. The basic reaction that we have all been reading about this maybe from our school time, that is that after the end product will be a 2H2 plus O2 gives 2H2O, and from anode to cathode the electricity will be moving. The end product will be like pure electricity and water. So one of the problem with a fuel cell is that the reaction rate will be very low, if you are thinking about this. But in order to increase that, what we use actually is that we will use a catalyst like platinum or palladium to increase the reaction. And mostly we have like PEM fuel cells, solid acid, alkaline fuel cells, solid oxide. But for if you are thinking like in the transportation point of view, maybe car, buses, or boats, inland ferries, mostly we prefer PEM fuel cells because of its low operating temperature, high efficiency, compactness, etc. So based on our experience in Kochi Water Metro projects and like building a hybrid vessel, so we are further extending it to the fuel cell, and we are going with India's first hydrogen fuel cell, and we are partnering with KBIT, and IRS will be the class. So we have around 225 kilowatt fuel cells that will be powering the vessels, and it will be for passengers of 50 numbers. And in order to make the craft with less weight, we will be going with aluminium hull and the FRP superstructure. So when our honorable Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, when we saw him on a Hyundai Mirai car, we were not that much thinking like he is super serious about hydrogen in the future. But then the National Green Hydrogen Mission came, and then he laid out one of the very best and promising future that India can ever have, and a future where India will be supplying the energy for the world and for itself. So according to National Hydrogen Mission, Green Hydrogen Mission, India has set its sight to becoming energy independent by 2047 and achieving net zero carbon emission by 2070. So because India has when we talk in a global level, both India as well as Brazil, because of its where it's geographically located, we have ample amount of sunlight, and so producing energy from renewable sources is like a add-on for us because we have the capacity for it. But the problem is that this renewable energy cannot be stored. One of the solutions that we got is like with batteries. But if we are storing with batteries, the amount of energy that a battery can have, store, it is far less compared to that of a hydrogen. So hydrogen is now the next option that we have, and so we are in a way using our geographically located geographic location in that manner. So the mission is basically aims to provide a comprehensive action plan for establishing green hydrogen ecosystem that we have. So the main objective is that we will be making India a global hub for production of hydrogen and also for the export of the hydrogen. And we are looking for a capability to produce at least 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen per annum by 2030. And also we will be replacing the fossil fuels in sectors. First will be mobility like shipping, aviation, and there are also other industries like steel, chemical industry. That is also in the picture. And the other thing is that in order to achieve all this, we don't have the. So if we are talking about making hydrogen, we first need electrolysis. But since the technologies, most of the technologies that we have will be importing from some other nations, but now we are mostly concentrating on Make in India. So we will be acting as we will be going to act as a global power hub for making electrolysis and also enabling technology and other technologies for green hydrogen. So in order to achieve that, we have set a two-phase system. For the phase one, will be mostly concentrated on two things. That will be creating demands and manufacturing of electrolyzers, incentives for indigenization, and pilot projects also will be there. Like the one that I have shown now, the hydrogen fuel cell vessel. And the second portion will be mostly concentrated on the researchers, and the framework need to be established, and also the commercial scale. That is, that pilot projects should be extended in a commercial level. So why we are doing all these things is because India spends around 160 billion per year. That is $160 billion per year for energy import. So we are not energy sufficient. We are always importing energy from other countries. Mostly we will be concentrating on like GCC for it. So that is mostly a problem when it comes to geopolitics. And so India now aims to add 125 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, and thereby reducing around 45% of carbon emission compared to what we had in 2005. And so if we are doing this thing, then we will be able to reduce around 1 lakh crore rupees spent on fossil fuels. So that is going to be a huge thrust for us. And in order to achieve these things, we are giving incentives like worth around 18,000 crores. So this will be mostly spent around 1,500 crores will be spent on pilot projects, around 400 crores on research, and 380 crores on mission components, other components that it includes. So when we talk about pilot projects, now we have seen in the news that now Adani unveils a pilot project for introducing electric trucks. I mean fuel cell electric trucks, and long before, like in 2022, we have the India's first fuel cell bus that was also done by a company called KPIT. And then, as I have already said, the Cochin Shipyard has Cochin Shipyard is on the way to build India's indigenous hydrogen fuel cell electric vessels, and also the trains that is going to be in the coming year. We will be seeing hydrogen fuel cell trains. So, if we look at the slides, then I have talked about the hydrogen fuel cell trains, cars, and everything. But I haven't talked about who is going to produce the hydrogen. So, if we talk about all these companies, Adani, IOCL, GAIL, Renew Power, ASME, L&T, NTPC, Reliance, they all have one thing in common. That is, they have a very good ambition. Like, they are really ambitious about producing hydrogen and going to be the global leaders in the same space. So next thing, next big thing that they will be concentrating is on green hydrogen. So when we look at a global level, what is happening in the space of hydrogen, we can see that Adani Group is going to spin off hydrogen business by 2028, and as a ACME Group that proposes around 52,000 crore green hydrogen plant in Karnataka, and the Ballard Group that is going to supply fuel cells. Earlier we had the fuel cell that is ranging from kilowatt. Now we are talking about megawatt range. So that is also another milestone that we got. And BEL to manufacture hydrogen fuel cell with technology from TUV. So many things are happening in India towards making our economy more green and energy sufficient, so that we will not be relying on upon the other countries, and we will be providing for other countries and being a market leader in terms of green energy. Please. So coming to the conclusion, the future, as I already told, it's going to be green. If we talk in the sense of hydrogen, the colorless gas that we have already given many names for it, ranging from black to white, depending upon how it is produced. But let us now keep all these things away, and we need to be focusing more on green energy, and that is going to be the future. So now the green energy is the future, and let us all work towards that and make India a green economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the duo from Cochin Shipyard. You have ended the session with a positive note that we'll go ahead with green hydrogen, and that's going to be the energy source for the future. Something really interesting. We'll have the question answer session only towards the end. Let's now move on to the next author of the day. Renowned Mr. Sergeant P. John. If I say his background, he's a mechanical engineer to start with, turned to be subsequently a marine engineer, and he was working for the Shipping Corporation of India as the from junior engineer level to the chief engineer's level. He is also a lawyer. I would like to call him Advocate Sergeant P. John. He has been the superintendent with Shipping Corporation of India, and he was mostly in shipbuilding. His sailing experience is for about 15 years and 7 years in the shipyards, various shipyards. He has completed several projects, especially in Korea, China, and of course in India, as a site engineer. Sergeant joined Kochi Metro Rail by end of 2016. He has worked from the conceptual level to the operation level to the design and so on. He is involved in all activities in connection with the Kochi Water Metro. Presently, he is the Chief Operating Officer for the newly formed SPV Kochi Water Metro Limited for the operation and maintenance of Kochi Water Metro system. With these few words, I would request Advocate Sergeant P. John to come on to the dais and make his presentation on his favorite subject, his very favorite subject of operation aspects of ferries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't know whether to call as advocate is correct because I have not enrolled so far. I cannot enroll now. And thank you, the organization, for this opportunity. Am I audible? Yeah, about my subject is operational aspects of ferries on a water metro perspective. In fact, Water Metro is a project that is built over the operational requirements. When we started conceptualizing this idea, we started thinking what is required for operations and what are things to be designed. So the designs are built into that operation. That is how it has evolved. Can I go next? So this is a project for sustainable development. If we see this quote, the humanity has the ability to make development sustainable to ensure that it meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This was from Brundtland report. This report came in 1987. It was the report was called Our Common Future. And this is the first time the word sustainable development was coined. So when we started thinking about the project, we wanted to build it over sustainable development. Now the climate change is the thinking everywhere, how to contest, how to give a solution to the climate change and all these things. When we are thinking about the solutions for the climate change, naturally we have to think about how we are spending the energy, where we can save, how to conserve energy. These are interlinked. So if we see the percentages, transport is using 26% of the energy worldwide. You can see this is a very common into the domain. This is about the importance of public transport. Right side you can see the people, they are using their own cars or their own private transport. Left side you can see they are going to use a public transport. So it is very clear that what we are going to gain by public transport, going into the public transport mode. So this is very important. Next. So there is a saying, a developed country is not a place where the poor have cars, it is where the rich use public transportation. So this is the point where we have to start. So the solution is not a particular transport mode. If you see a urban transport system, there is not a single solution. A metro train is not alone is not a solution. A boat service alone is not a solution. Or a bus is not a solution. When we integrate all modes of transport, there comes the solution. So this is a seamless transportation system that is being developed for the Kochi city. Already we have the metro trains. Boat services were existing but in a very dilapidated conditions where it was disintegrating in fact. So water metro is entering into that area where we rejuvenate that thing with a sustainable development model and achieve that final seamless transportation system for the Kochi city. The vision of that sustainable mobility is on 4 pillars. First is universal access. Universal and equitable access. Equitable access in the sense, suppose somebody with some disabilities, he also has to use the equal rights to use the public transportation system. So whether the systems are accessible to him, that is one of the critical parameter. Then achieving the efficiency, increasing the efficiency of transportation systems. Here the integration also comes into play. Then the safety. Safety is, everybody knows, is very important. Improving safety of mobility is very important. Then the green initiative for the sustainable development. Shifting the transport to low carbon or low GHG emissions. Here is a comparison of different GHG emission of different kind of fuels. You can see gasoline, biofuels, plug-in hybrid EV, battery EV from a grid mix means you are accepting the electricity from the grid. Then there is battery EV with renewable electricity or renewable energy. Then the fuel cell EVs, that is from natural gas or hydrogen. Then fuel cell EVs from green hydrogen. So out of all this, if you see battery EV with renewable energy, this is the least GHG emission type of transport. So finally we arrived into, we wanted to enter into that phase. And the result is here. The International Maritime Organization looking forward to decarbonize the world shipping. A delegation has come here. They were all praised for the water metro. They want to emulate already worked out solutions into international shipping. They wanted to take it as a model. Then there was visitors from CDE Asia. They put the caption like this: Kochi Water Metro is leading the wave of sustainable urban water transport in the world. Kochi Water Metro was the winner of Gessie's Electric Boat Awards last year. We are about to start operations. Maybe next month we are expecting to start operations this month, but due to some other issues we couldn't start. Not technical issues, it's decision making maybe. So by February we are expecting to start water metro operations. So before going into the actual operations, we already have this much of reach in the whole world. So let us see what water metro is. The phase 1 actually around 76 kilometers we are going. We want to cover, starting from Varapuda in the north to Edakochi in the south, and Fort Kochi in the west to Info Park. Over 76 route kilometers will be covered. This is basically an urban transport system. Here we capture in the synopsis 15 routes, 76 route kilometers, 78 boats, 38 terminals, 8 to 15 minutes that frequency, 8 to 10 knot speed, and we are expecting around 34,000 passengers when we daily passengers when we complete the first phase. I'm going to different components. We have the terminals. The jetties are built in floating pontoons. These are concrete floating pontoons. Then the boats, all boats are hybrid electric boats. We have an ABLS system, that is automatic boat location system, which is continuously tracking the boats from the operating control center. We have a central command and control. The boats are battery operated boats basically. It can operate in hybrid mode as well to give more speed, because in electric mode actually we are planning to operate at 8 knot speed, and in hybrid mode we can go up to 10 knot speed. So when you come to the boat jetties, we will charge the boats. Charging can happen in 8 to 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes time. And we have a target of using the complete electrical energy from renewables. I talked about the operating control center, from where you can trace the boats, continuously monitor the boats. If there are some speed violations or some route violations, then immediately the operating control center comes to know. And all critical parameters are being transferred to the operating control center. The boats have around 20 CCTV cameras. All the compartments are under CCTV surveillance. These are live transferred to operating control center. We will be having a boatyard. Then we will be having 4 work boats come emergency response boats. These boats will be located, strategically placed in 4 locations, so that any point of operation, if assistance is required, it can be reached within 10 minutes of time. These boats, this is multi-purpose. It will assist the boats for day-to-day maintenance, as well as it can be acting as an ambulance. Then we will have the feeder services and non-motorized transport for integration with other modes of transport. There is a passenger control system. This is, in fact, before entering to the floating pontoons, the jetties, there is a passenger counting system through which only the passengers are going in. So if you see world over, the safety of boats, 90% of accidents do happen because of overcrowding. If you go into the history of ferries. So the solution we wanted to bring in is with this passenger control system, we are counting the persons alighting as well as boarding the vessel. So when the maximum capacity is reached, that will lock. It won't allow anybody more. So overcrowding is controlled. This is what I was telling. When one of the critical challenges to how to control this kind of overcrowding and other things. So what we have brought in is a passenger control system, so that the safety is improved that way. So I just want to go to that carbon footprint. Our objective was to have a highly energy efficient boat. So the preliminary calculations, power calculations by normal methods, it comes around, for the 8 knot speed, it comes around 64 kilowatt. That is what all these boats are operating over here. An ambitious target is put at 38 kilowatt. And congrats to Cochin Shipyard, they have achieved 34 kilowatt. This is a great achievement. This is one of the most efficient boats ever made, we can say. Then by CO2 emissions per annum, we have a target of 2024. We are expecting to save around 22,800 metric tons of carbon dioxide. By 2035, the target is 44,000 metric tons of CO2. So what Unique has achieved? So earlier I was talking about bringing operational challenges into the design. So this passenger control system, actually this is not first time in India, it is first time in the world. In our knowledge, nobody else has made such an attempt. Disabled friendly jetties. This floating pontoons, disabled friendly jetties, this for the first time is brought into public water transport system. In our water metro stations, a person on a wheelchair, he can board the vessel without anybody's assistance. That is the level of inclusiveness what we are achieved. The battery electric boats with the superchargers, this is for the first time in India. Actually, there is a history behind why we went for this superchargers philosophy. Because as you know, we have calculated earlier, okay, we take the best figures, 34 kilowatt or 38 kilowatt. Then we have additional hotel load. Altogether, say 50 kilowatt. If a boat has to operate a day, 10 hours, for example, we are planning to operate for 16 hours a day. Say, for example, 10 hours a day, a boat has to operate. What would be the battery capacity required? Straight away, this 50 or 60 into 10, 600. Then that 600 will be the available energy that has to be there in the batteries. So, ideally for a life of the battery, you cannot extract more than 60% of the total SOC. So divided by 0.6. So if you calculate, then you might require 1 megawatt of battery to power this boat for a day. This is quite impossible because batteries are very heavy. So if you put so much of batteries into the boat, then the boat becomes a ship, not a boat anymore. And ultimately you are transporting that battery, not transporting the people. So we went for a opportunity charging philosophy. Thus whenever you have an opportunity, you charge. Then there is a problem. This charging requires a lot of time. Normally, a 100 kilowatt charging, normally you require maybe 1 hour, 2 hours. This bus is operating here 200 kilowatt hour battery. That takes 3 to 4 hours of charging time. So this is also not quite possible if you go for this opportunity charging philosophy. Then it has to be superchargers. Means what we have given is actually 300 kilowatt chargers, and this is 150 kilowatt into 2. These are the highest capacity chargers ever made in India. EV chargers I am talking about. This is the highest capacity battery chargers. Then there is a problem. This higher capacity battery charger means you are injecting very heavy currents. So the battery has to be adaptable to this kind of system. So what we have designed is that this 300 kilowatt hour chargers we are using, in 10 to 15 minutes we can charge the battery and it is ready for 1 hour operation. After 1 hour operation it might be returning to its station. There you can charge again. In almost 10 jetties we are providing this charger. So it finally evolved as a battery electric boat supercharger. And these chargers that we provided is in EV chargers with CCS2 protocol. Advantage is that if you are bringing another boat with a different battery architecture or different battery capacity or voltage, these boats also can charge with the same battery chargers, provided the same protocol is used. So this is the same protocol that EV electric vehicles are adopting. Then the centrally controlled water transport system. This is a concept first time in India. And if you see, say for example, Vaitila hub, mobility hub. This is the only place in India where a metro, a water metro, and a major bus station all together in the same compound, you can say. So this is a seamless transportation, seamless integration that we are going to achieve. And the majority of other terminals also, like say Vaipin, Fort Cochin, South Chittoor, Ernakulam Jetty, everywhere, we try to put it such a way that it is near to other modes of transport like a bus stand or something like that. So that is how that integration is achieved. Then we have a target of 100% renewable energy from solar. This is, we just started, we have not achieved this, but in the near future we will be going to achieve. And integrated water transport system concept is first time in India. And battery chargers, as I told you, this is the largest capacity EV chargers. And water metro with 7 boats already delivered. This is the largest battery electric boat fleet in the world already. And all in Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we have addressed many of the issues, but there are still more challenges facing us. First one is capacity building. We have gone for state-of-the-art boards, state-of-the-art technology, everything. But where do we get people from the market? That is a very big challenge. So we are going to extensive, time is okay. We are going to extensive training, and we are planning to groom people to adapt to this system. Training is very critical for us. We are going to build training facilities, including some simulators. And we are going to learn from that shipping, which is much more, much more organized, that we are going to adapt to inland transport, which presently is in maybe in a bad state. Then the channels. The problem is the boats operating in the channels, they are supposed to obey the rules of the road. But if you ask people, they don't know the basic rules as well. They just, in their whims and fancy, they operate here and there. To bringing them into an organized way of operation, that itself is a task we have to take up now. Because otherwise we may not be able to operate in a very punctual, very organized way. Then upkeep of the channels is another issue, because the silting is very high in these channels. We may require continuous maintenance, dredging. This is another challenge for us for the operation. Then maintaining the system health, maintenance of the boat, docking facilities, this fast charging, getting the power itself is a task. Then the ultimate thing, that is passenger model shifting of the passengers. Because if you see going back to 1900s, maybe 97% of transport was in through water. But it just reversed. Now it is less than 3%. Less than 3% of public total transport is in this public transport is in water. I'm not talking about shipping. Shipping is, of course, that is more than 90% of world cargo moves in shipping. But if you come to public transport or urban transport systems, it is less than 3%. This patronage building and shifting their model shifting is a big task. But by offering comfort, punctuality, reliability, we expect people will shift gradually to the water transport system, which will save the entire world in another way. Then administration intervention, we had a section about the rules and regulations and other things. Actually, 2021 Government of India, after centuries, earlier Inland Vessel Act was in 1917. That 1917 Act was replaced in 2021 by Inland Vessels Act. And Inland Vessel rules came last year to 2022. It has not come completely. It is coming in part by part. But we fail to understand many of the requirements of the modern systems is not addressed by these rules. That is a complaint. That is our complaint. So we hope there will be solutions, and let us try for that. Another issue is when the rules change, what will happen to your existing vessels? What are the implications? Those things also comes critical many a times. Then when we talk about financial sustainability, the problem is everybody thinks water transport is the cheapest mode of transport. Okay, in a way that is correct. It is the cheapest mode of transport. But people think cheap means dirt cheap. It has to be free, almost like free. That is a question that is to be addressed. So we are in a dilemma. We cannot increase the fare rates high. But still, when we are offering very modern technology, modern comfort, all those requirements, safety and everything, that costs money. So naturally, we have to look into alternate revenues. And this also been taken care in the design in a way. So that is a big challenge for us. Yeah, please. But in any case, if you are looking into a pan-India potential of this kind of water transport, we can say India is blessed with a coastal line which maybe no other country is having, and inland waterways. Can you push on? Around 40 cities in India can have these urban water transport systems that we have identified. So let us go forward, miles to go before we sleep.
Thank you very much, Sajan, for the wonderful presentation you have made. You have a comprehensive approach with regard to the operation of ferry system. Our next speaker is Mr. Anselm A. John. It's interesting to note that Anselm is an entrepreneur, unlike the earlier speakers. He'll be talking about electric boat propulsion. Again, more or less the same subject as we just heard. If I go to his background, Mr. Anselm is a distributor for Tohatsu Marine Products. He distributes these marine propellers and spare parts in many places. He has several branches for his operation. If I talk about his previous experience, he was a deputy chief executive in a well-known non-governmental organization. Of course, he has been a government servant for a short period. His career focus is on sustainable development. Again, something of very interest to all of us. He has designed and developed an indigenous electric outboard motor, something remarkable. With this brief introduction, may I request Mr. Anselm A. John to come and take over the stage. Most welcome, Anselm. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to give a short presentation. I am focusing on that small craft, especially houseboats and shikaras, common man's operation. Okay, shall I go to that presentation? Welcome. Electric boat propulsion. That common man's question is there. Lot of questions are there. That they ask frequently. So many questions will ask. Let me to go that. That first, I have given that advantages and challenges, but I have added opportunities and some of the developments too. Okay, please. The common man's questions, let us go through. I quickly go. Does it work for speedboats? Please. Operational hours in one charging. Cost of operation. Durability. Weight. Price. Does it gain speed when connecting the solar power? Does it work in wet conditions? Presence of any hazardous elements? What is the recovery period for initial investment? Any registration problems? Service and spare parts. And so many questions will also come out from that forum on this part, I think. Advantages of electric propulsion. No exhaust emission. No sound pollution. It works in battery including solar and DC generators. Periodic maintenance is lower when compared to IC engines, petrol diesel engines. Yes, please.
low wear and tear that reduces the frequency of repair. Engine oil is not required. Significantly low vibration. Battery swapping is available for selected model electric outboard motors. The engine temperature, voltage, power consumption and battery levels can be monitored in the infotainment system. Easy to convert tiller option to remote control option and vice versa. The engine warranty duration is longer than that of petrol engines. The battery can be used for 2000 charging cycles or high if the battery is lithium ion, lithium phosphate and depending upon the manufacturer. The government introduced new amendments as Automobile Industry Standards 038, 8/2022 and AS 15609 2022 to increase battery safety. The battery temperature, individual cell voltage, state of charge and other operational details from the battery management system can be monitored on an external screen to protect the battery system. You know, the battery explosion is the common phenomena that early automobile vehicles we heard. Because of that high battery density is a concern. Because high battery density in the sense is that earlier stages we have so many concerns on that electric power distribution system. We know that the voltage above certain level will jump and neutralize. That means no. Above certain level voltage will jump and neutralize. In that sense, that earlier 11 kV cables are prepared for that kind of safety. Nowadays, what happened, people are drained that safety system of that using electricity. They are now shifting to that high voltage cars, high ampere cars, high charge density cars. And what are the influence to that charges to that our health is not accounted. That this will be a future concern to us, human beings. Okay, let us go for that. The companies provide battery warranty for a minimum of 2 years based on their terms and conditions. The lead acid and gel type batteries are even cheaper in price compared to lithium ion battery, but batteries are low energy density. When large number of boats shifted to e-propulsion, it is good for nature and the country economics. The good for nature is a question. Because I heard that this battery production is even more carbon emitting process. So good for nature is another question for that battery. So we have to go to the carbon fuel, that is hydrogen fuel cell is even more better than that, I think. It is a question to the floor. Okay, please. Petrol engine versus electric propulsion, investment and operational cost comparison. The comparison is prepared on the basis of JARC Farad 60E outboard motor that we have designed and developed. Okay, let us go that. Cost comparison. This is micro level, a small battery and its cost comparison I am just using. That is, this can be integrated with, that is huge level battery if it is adapted for big large vehicles. Theoretically, the 3 kilowatt electric motor works equivalent to a 4 HP petrol fueled engine. Under the test conditions, the propeller output of the electric outboard motor gives the power equivalent to that of a 5 HP petrol engine. Because there is no reduction gear. Because direct connection, that power can be increased. And that the second one, that petrol outboard motors have to be immersed a certain point, because that is it needs water to cool it out. So propeller is somewhat below that water level. But this small outboard motor can be maintained the surface of the outboard water, and it can gain more power. The petrol fuel 4 HP 4-stroke engine consumes an amount of 1.5 liter fuel costing rupees 158. Lube cost is not accounted. It required 3 kilowatt, which means nearly 3 units of electric power is required for one charging. If the power unit cost is rupees 6, then the total operating cost will be 18. Benefit gained on one charging cycle is for one 3 kilowatt battery is 140. If 2000 charging cycles, then it will be rupees 3,07,000. Lube benefit, that is I have included for that 27,000, because that is small 4 HP outboard motor requires something around 450 to 700 ml of oil have to be replaced every 100 hours. So if I calculated that for 2000 hours, the cost would be that this much. This is rough estimate. The benefit gained on one charging cycle is 140 if 2000, yeah, that's right. Sorry. Consider the lithium ion battery cost rupees 60,000 price before the amendments, because that is new amendments. Because of that new amendments, battery price may go up because lot of safety standards have to integrate with that batteries. Interest load on investment at the rate of 12 for 5 years is rupees 36,000. At the rate of 12 is that that bank charges, I think. Hope so, bank charges can be included. Reducing the above cost, the net gain would be rupees 2,11,000. This is based on the present fuel price. The fuel price goes high, benefit would be greater. Savings on lesser periodic engine maintenance and lesser spare parts replacement are considered as additional benefits considering the economic part. A greater benefit goes to that environmental part. This is a big question inside. Okay, let us go again. Reduce the damage to water and water-based ecosystem, that's right. But production of battery, it's other question. The government gains once crude oil imports are reduced when a large shift happened to e-propulsion. Yeah. All these elements will certainly give a positive influence to the national economy. Challenges. Initial investment is comparatively high. Frequent charging or additional sets of batteries are required for continuous operation. No charging centers in the middle of a river or sea. New safety standards for the batteries may cause an increase in battery price. Additional investment is required if adding a DC generator unit or supplementary power. This will also reduce the board payload. Once a large shift from petrol motor to e-propulsion happened, then balancing grid power to a new concern to the government. Opportunities. All the boat roofs are well exposed to sunlight. This is a very good opportunity for solar panel installations. Once the government supports the e-propulsion and solar panels under a subsidy scheme, then the Shikara houseboats can generate a certain percentage of power. So small windmills can also be used for power generation. A new development will take place for batteries charging units on the shoreline. A new trend for battery swapping centers may start in the shoreline. as well as in mid-water. This has to be new opportunity come out, because that is mid-water battery swapping, a possibility that can be in future maybe happen. Because people are in and around looking for job and investment, they look for that as better opportunity, better gain. If it is a sustainable better gain, definitely the people will invest and new job opportunities will arise. A new job potential will increase in that area. New developments. This is the motor we have developed, that is 3 kilowatt, 4 HP. They are Farad Megor, an indigenous e-outboard motor. Price of OBM is alone rupees 1,30,000 per unit plus GST. Manufactured by our company. They are Communication and Power Solutions, Thiruvananthapuram. Motor type BLDC. Voltage rating 60 volt, power. This is shown 1200, but this consumes, that is nearly 3 kilowatt per hour. Weight 30.5 kilogram. Recommended battery 60 to 72 volt 80Ah. Solar adaptability, yes. Eco-friendly with no emissions and no sound pollution. Salient features, please. It works purely in electricity, battery, solar or other electric power sources, please. Motor cover is made up of aluminum and bracket system are made up of stainless steel and engine lead is in fiberglass. A specially made reverse lock system not only enables shallow water operation but also support changing trim position and achieving better speed in different load conditions. This is trim positions can be changed by turning a knob, and the propeller position can be, we can position the propeller in perpendicular to that boat. So what boat transition. What happens is that better speed we can achieve on that part. We can turn the propeller, tune up or tune down, and better speed can be achieved. That trim, that system can be, that the reverse lock can be done in each position. Wherever that tuned up or tuned down, we can reverse lock it out. And reverse operation can be possible. The bolting system in the mounting bracket allows the customer to change engine transom height from short engine level to long engine level. That we have in petrol engines, that is short engine and long engine, they have to buy separate engines. But this electric engine, normally that all the electric engines, they are having that provision. The engine can operate in a tiller as well as remote control mode without much of a higher cost. Engine is suitably designed for greater propeller thrust. No reduction gears. Imported plastic propeller is used. Water sensor is fitted inside the motor cover. If the motor gets wet, then the indicator light burns. The power motor is guarded with a breakable shaft coupling and oil pin. The motor cover is protected with anode. The customer can easily unbolt the engine from the mounting bracket and kept a safe place if needed. Other brands are available. Lot of brands are available nowadays, but I have selected some samples. That is Aquamote, Electa. I have understood that is Electa 115, a Korean brand. They are also they are having their batteries too. Electa 115. Okay. E-stud outboard motors from China. Pictures of some brand, that is Torquid or some E-Tech plus. But what is the problem is that these outboard motors has different plug connectors and different types of battery, different size of batteries. If the battery size plug connectors are standard, then battery swapping is possible. Then it is easy for the customer to use that as their own batteries. This is the challenge because of that is if different types of connectors or different types of battery used in same HP engines. So same HP engine must have to be with same battery size as well as same connector. So that battery swapping it has to be the customer supportive ways have to take place by the manufacturer. Have to think of that manufacturer. That customers have to swap the battery and use the motor for long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Anselm, for the very interesting presentation. Anyway, your product is quite promising, I must say. May I request the organizers to put 4 chairs over here on the stage so we can have the concluding session. You have heard 3 very interesting presentations today. I don't venture into summarizing those. However, I would like to touch upon some points here and there. We had the very interesting and relevant paper to start with from Cochin Shipyard. They have given the latest about the hydrogen fuel cells. Hydrogen as an alternative fuel. Yes, very much so. But there are other promising alternate fuels like ammonia. There's a very potential long-term sustainable fuel. It can easily enter the market without much problem and very fast. It has got another advantage, zero carbon solution. From if you look at it from the point of view of the tank to wake, it has got tremendous advantage as a solution. So that is what I would like to point out in that area. Our second paper by Sergeant P. John, he has touched upon an important aspect. It was very impressive, that in a poor country, poor people will go by the private vehicles. In a developed country, they try and go by the public transport. I've seen this happening in places like where I studied for my MS in Sweden. People go by the public transport to the extent possible. And even in summer season, they always go on a bicycle where the fuel is not used at all. In fact, my own, the university rector means the number one there, he used to come on a bicycle every day, morning and evening. But not in winter. Winter is not possible. So conservation of energy is very important for all of us. That's one point that I understood from his presentation. Anselm, of course, is an entrepreneur and he has come out with this product which is quite promising. And I wish him all the very best with regard to his competition with other products coming from other areas. With these few words, I would request all the authors to come and occupy the chair. We need one more chair probably. Please come over for facing the question and answer session. If there are any questions, don't worry about it. If there are any questions, please, it's the time to shoot. Please identify yourself before you ask the question and then ask the question. If there are any. We have, our attendance is dwindling. However, if somebody has got a question, let me put a question myself. Mr. Sergeant P. John was talking about the IV rules. The IV rules are not complete, as you rightly mentioned. But in Kerala, you have the canal rules, which are very lenient, which has been made many years back. Can you take advantage of that old system and operate your vessels? That's my question. You see, they are not stringent. In fact, I used to say IV rules are no rules. There is hardly any rule in that. Can we take shelter under that and then operate your vessels? Till such time, IV rules, I mean, take advantage of the canal rules, till IV rules have been made complete. I suppose you understood my question.
So I think the new IV Act and IV rules, it has become comprehensive, and because there is a shift from state, it was a state subject. Now it has gone to central rules. I think there is no leeway now. Because that is going to take over the whole states. Like
presently, most of the boats are operating under canal rules. In Kerala, I am talking, not outside. It's a government of Kerala old system. I don't know if that is still applicable, but I know that some people are taking advantage of it. Questions from the audience, please.
I am representing Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, and we have an idea of flying cruise vessels in River Narmada in the dam backwaters. So we are contemplating that a length of 100 meter, length overall 100 meter, breadth 11.4 meters, and draft of the cruise vessel we are contemplating to be 1.8 meter, 1.8 meter draft, shallow drafted. So what we are thinking that we can have luxury ships as well as budget ships. Now in these cruise vessels, I want to know whether we can go for FRP made vessels, like fiber reinforced plastic cruise vessels. If we go for it, then will Inland Waterways certify it? That is my question. And will it be safe for the passengers? And can it be done?
Yeah, you are telling about 100 meter vessel. 100 meter vessel. Length overall 100 meter vessel, and FRP may be very difficult. And 100 meter in Narmada, not sure about the turnings, and you have to do a feasibility study, route study, straight journey only. Okay, because the bends and 1.8 meter draft, is it available throughout the year? Okay. So you would like to go for a shallow draft, and that is why you are looking for FRP. Okay, so I think 100 meter would FRP will be a very challenging one. I have not come across that big with FRP. Maybe you can look at aluminum or similar ones. Maybe Sergeant sir, if you have anything to add.
in fact, our vessels we went for aluminum.
primarily because earlier session somebody was talking about the poles or other hidden obstacle. If there is okay, you can say FRP is less maintenance, but if it is hitting something or something, the I don't know how later it can be taken up. It is very difficult as per my understanding. It's very difficult. Repairs are okay, repair is possible, but repairs are difficult in FRP. And if you see long term, definitely it is better to go for a metal hull than FRP, in at least in such bigger vessels. That is what I feel.
Okay.
Any other question? Please come forward. I suppose no more questions. The student community, yeah, you have a question. Identify as a chief engineer.
Good evening. Myself Akil Anthony, Chief Engineer. I'm associated with Anglo Eastern. So my question is a general one. We saw the advantages and disadvantages of hydrogen fuel, then lithium-ion battery, and fully solar. So among the three which is presented, which is the expected future leader? Which will be the future industry leader in the future? Which can we expect among the three? It's a general question.
Anybody, or I can answer that? Okay. No, among hydrogen and hydrogen, electric and solar, what is the future? Yeah, so as I think in our presentation it was shown, it depends on the type of the many factors, endurance, okay, the size of the ship. Right now, you have seen the solar boat. The solar energy is very, the amount of contribution of solar energy for the propeller is very limited. Like you have seen the Kochi Metro boat, the shaft power is only around 18 kilowatt per shaft. But the big ships we are talking about hundreds, thousands maybe per shaft, kilowatt per shaft. So that kind of power range, battery, how long you have to store, how much battery you have to carry, that is a question. So hydrogen comes there. Hydrogen gives lot of, the specific fuel density for hydrogen is much high. So that way hydrogen can be stored in compressed or in liquefied form or in ammonia form. So that way hydrogen has got that advantage, but the technology for compressing it or into the cryogenic form is going to be an issue. But batteries are good for certain scenarios and where low endurance is there. Solar is again preferred for, it's a more greener solution, but it is suitable only for very short, again, if you have very high current and lot of power required, solar could be an issue there. So it's a mix of all these things where you have to go for, where it is going to be suitable. It's just like you go for a long drive in an electric car, you cannot go for, you have got 500 kilometers range for a Tesla car, means that's in a straight road. But if you go for an uphill, it may not, you may go only 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers. Same way if you go with a vessel in a very heavy current or wind, it may not be feasible. So that kind of things you have to look at. So it's depending on the route, the use, space availability, everything it plays a role there. So anything if you want to add, maybe you can add.
I think you have to see it in a different way. When we are talking about green hydrogen is from renewable sources only you have to produce. That means solar is already there. Whether you are using it on board the ship or land based, that is a different matter. But solar or renewable, any kind of renewable energy is already there. Then we are talking about the fuel cells. If the fuel cell is there, then battery is, at present technology goes, battery is a requirement to stabilize the power and all these things. So it becomes a solar plus electric plus hydrogen.
So yeah, all these are evolving now. Yeah.
Any more questions? Otherwise, we will wind up. As it is, we are running behind the schedule. I would like to call it a day for this session. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the participants.
With that, we have come to the end of the second session. Now I invite our panel chairman for the second session, Dr. K. Simon, Director, Alberts Maritime Institute, to give away mementos to all our speakers. First, I invite Mr. Jatish Chandra C., Deputy General Manager, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Next, I invite Mr. Sangeet Balu, Electrical Engineer, Design Department, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Next, I invite Mr. Sergeant P. John, COO, Water Metro, KWML. Next, I invite Mr. Anselm E. John, Proprietor, JR Communications. Now I invite Dr. Manoj T. Isaac, Assistant Professor, Ship Technology Department, to give away a memento to our panel chairman for the second session, Professor Dr. K. Simon, Director, Alberts Maritime Institute. Thank you, sir. Yes. Next, I invite our panel chairman for the third session, Dr. Manoj T. Isaac, Assistant Professor, Ship Technology Department, CUSAT.
Good evening, everyone. So let's, without much delay, let's move on to the third session of this afternoon, which is titled Future Trends in Market and Design of Small Crafts. We have 5 speakers lined up for this session. First, I'd like to call Mr. Joy Jacob. He'll be presenting the topic, Use of Eco-Friendly Material for Boat Construction. And he's a proprietor, Mata Marine. So, may I call?
Good evening. Our session is dealing with use of eco-friendly materials for boat construction. It's a good debate subject because many raw materials are available, and in the centuries we deal with many outcomes. What is eco-friendly materials? The materials used which cause minimum damage to environment. Since the use of raw materials to final product are considered to be eco-friendly materials. The manufacturing of raw materials also not harm the nature. That is the base for eco-friendly means. And the production of and the usage of the material also not harm the nature. That is the properties of eco-friendly materials are minimum damage to the environment, require minimum energy for manufacturing. It should be recyclable and reusable. Then locally available and can be extracted easily from nature. These are the criteria for eco-friendly raw material selection. Then what is eco-friendly conditions? That is, the eco-friendly means it should be energy saving system. Then conservation of nature. Then recycling possibilities are available. And alternative energy conversion is possible. Then sustainability also is a factor of selection in the whole system thermal requirements, net zero energy construction. That is the no harm to the nature in the additional dumping of energy or heat energy or whatever may be the energy system. Then another main things to eco-friendly product designing condition, we have to consider the processing design stage, consider the environmental impact, functionality, manufacturability, recyclability, remanufacturability, resource utilization, economy and social impact. These are the design factors considered in the sustainability principles of eco-friendly product. Then another factor we have to come across is manufacturing principles when we are dealing with the eco-friendly product. Energy efficiency is a factor, minimum power requirement, operational safety, personal health, cost involvement, waste management. These are the factors to consider in the manufacturing process. Then sustainable manufacturing process have to consider optimum use of energy, materials, labor and other sources of natural sources. Outcome is minimum waste and minimum emissions. Thereby we are saving and serving earth pollution regulations. Sustainable products, that is the end result is the sustainable products, that is eco-friendly product. Then what are the different factors governing the eco-friendly materials and its techniques? First consideration we can go for durability and lifespan. Many materials, shipbuilding materials, or the durability is a question, that is more corrosive and adaptable to the durability is a consideration and its lifespan. Then another thing is to consider is its energy efficiency in buildings. Then third one is reuse and recycling possibility of the raw material. Then biodegradability of the material, renewable sources of the material, reuse of waste product and embodied energy, local availability and a reduction in air and land water pollution. when we are consider all these factors for the selection of raw material in the boat building or shipbuilding material. This is a vessel. You can see one vessel that is very pure freshwater area. There is Niagara Fall embedded one vessel. That vessel, just to assess how we can arrive best raw material that is evolving out of these basic factors, which one is the best material we can choose for boat building and shipbuilding. Mainly we are considering boat building because the time is concerned about the boat show and boat building materials. Materials used when we are different type of materials using for the boat building. That is, one is the ancient timber. Wood is the main thing we are used for last centuries. Plywood or laminated timber, the second evolvement. Then third is steel. Then ferro cement also as a boat building material. Aluminium alloy and fiber reinforced plastic, FRP. When we go for timber, we are well aware of the qualities and how the boat building happen with wood, because that is the only raw material available in the nature, easily available in the nature previously. So we all depend on wood. Even very specialty of this wood, we aware of that. For the Middle East people using teak wood for the Bepur Uru, that is very famous and still very heritage value also is there. But the thing is, that is especially the teak wood, lightweight, low water absorption, rot resistance, good weathering properties, long grains for strength to weight ratio also. These are the factors considering the teak wood as the main raw material for wooden construction. Other wood trees are bamboo, aini wood, chaplash, and so these are the main. In our Indian practice, mainly the wood is teak and aini wood. Whereas for plywood or composite wood, there is a next development out of wood only, that is a laminated wood using marine atmospherically bonded, that is a phenol bonded wood laminates forming the marine plywood. The use of marine plywood widely used next to the wood material. However, the stiffness of the panels limits the hull shapes to those that can be developed. That is, most of the chain construction is better for this using plywood. Like wood or other material, it won't not suitable for curved shapes and all. Next raw material is steel. Steel is well known as a shipbuilding material. For small boat construction, it is not so popular due to its higher weight. The main problem with the steel boats in Indian conditions is the maintenance required due to corrosion. That is the reason we are not much use steel in small craft, especially in the light craft variety vessels, because steel is heavy and the system also fuel system, system also. That is high power engines we have to use for steel vessels. Now the FRP. FRP is the widely used for small crafts because it's a flexibility. The reinforcement in a thermosetting system, resin system is using. The most common resins used in boat building are polyester resins. The layering patterns all are well developed system is there. The resin is allowed to cure, forming a strong rigid structural laminates. That is how design flexibility is there high in fiberglass boats. According to the size of the vessel, we can design the lamination thickness and lamination pattern also. Different gauges of different variety of vessels, fiberglass material is available. Differently we can design. Fiberglass boat advantages. Fiberglass boats tend to weigh more, so they generally have better seakeeping abilities and more stability than aluminum boats. Anyway, any other materials, compared to other materials, fiberglass is lighter, but here the comparison is with the aluminum boats. Their higher weight means fiberglass boats doesn't get easily buffeted by the wind, so they tend to drift slower and more predictable. This is for the fishing boats, the fiberglass fishing boat side. This is the advantage because compared to lighter aluminum, slightly higher, heavier vessels of fiberglass is more static in wind effect. It is easier to manufacture fiberglass into complex designs. So, fiberglass boats can employ much more complex hull shapes with things like a bow flare, steps and variable degree dead rise angles and all. So, that is the reason we all are preferred fiberglass as a boat building material widely because of its other advantage. The ability to include complex shapes also means that fiberglass boats can have accessories like live wells, tackle stations, seating modules and fish boxes integrated right into the main structure of the boat. We can see the other side of the hull, boats with all fitting shapes. Seat include embedded seats and all shapes we can do. So widely accepted raw material is fiberglass in a boat building section. Many people feel the crisp, clean look of fiberglass can't be beat. The highly corrosion resistance is there. The marine atmosphere, it is heavy and a high advantage for a owner of the boat. Fiberglass is a strong, lightweight material and is used for many products as well. Fiberglass components are much cheaper to buy. It is less brittle, weighs better when compared to other materials and can be molded into complex shapes. All we are discussed about the advantage of fiberglass in the boat building sector. Next, the aluminium alloy. Aluminium, basic aluminium is very highly corrosive to the marine sector, especially in the saltwater atmosphere. Whereas aluminium alloy, the correct aluminium alloy, marine grade, can sustain the marine conditions, and it can be formerly as a boat building material. Aluminium has some attractive properties. What are? The alloys used in shipbuilding have a higher ratio of strength to weight than shipbuilding steels. They have good resistance to impact, punctures and cracking, and a satisfactory abrasion resistance also. Being more ductile than steel, they are easier to form, but welding is more difficult and requires special equipments and skills. That is very clear. Aluminium welding atmosphere, we have to use inert gases and TIG welding and all. Not like steel or just like a fabrication of fiberglass. What are the advantage of aluminium boat? Aluminium boats usually weigh substantially less than fiberglass boats of the same size, which means they require smaller power plants to attain similar performance and thus have lower operating cost. This is the main advantage in the use of aluminium. So weight very less. Thereby the propulsion unit also we can reduce. The aluminium weight is their lower weight means that aluminium boats are easier to launch and load at the boat ramp, easy trailable, and small tow vehicles also we can use for towing and all. Aluminium boats often require less maintenance since you don't have to wax all that gel coat area compared to fiberglass. No waxing or buffing work is not required for the aluminium boats. Aluminium dents rather than cracking or breaking upon impact. So repair costs are usually lower if there is an accident is happened. In the concluding session of the comparison, we learned more about plastics' extraordinary durability. The pendulum of concern swung the other way. Now, the throwaway era, outdated and unloved and abandoned plastic and fiberglass boats were increasingly a matter of growing alarm in their seemingly inevitable eventual contribution to the semi-permanent pollution. That the not in India mainly, but in America like places, so many old boats are for selling. That all fiberglass boats, they can't do what to do because they can't it won't corrode. It's a permanent. Now the happen is it's a permanent pollution system is happened. So the people are thinking in a different way now. It is a problem for which solutions are only gradually being developed, and it is a problem which will long be with us, because from a purely manufacturing point of view, glass fiber is a wonderful material as you create it as you need it. This is the end result is nowadays people are thinking of avoiding the pollution. Now the era of non-polluted or eco-friendly system. So people are thinking differently. Why not timber? Yet there are those for whom buying a plastic boat is seen as an act of eco-hooliness, and the more refined minds among them are even reluctant to go for wood construction. That is, even fiberglass is the fiberglass vessel is a permanent system. Whereas wood is not accepted for them also, for not go back to the wood. The best timber takes a very long time to grow. It's a wastage in boat building. That is a harm the nature. Eliminating or cutting of trees is very harm to the nature, and so that is not supporting the ecosystem, eco-friendly system. Now what? Aluminium. But there is an alternative material which has been used in boat building for a long time. That is, we are thinking of aluminium. As environmental concerns grow, its eco-virtues give out increasingly strong signals. Even rates are quite high. It is our old friend aluminium. Aluminium is think as the right choice for eliminating this scenario, the present scenario of polluting system. Finally, aluminium, according to the American Chemical Society, aluminium is light, strong, corrosion resistant, non-magnetic, non-toxic, and naturally good looking, making it the most eco-friendly material to use in boat building. It is the third most common element in the Earth's crust also. So this is the outcome in aluminium as the most eco-friendly material for boat building. Different stages we think over, that situations we have seen, why fiberglass is that corrosion resistance of fiberglass is how it is affected the elimination side. We can't eliminate fiberglass from the nature. No. So the environmentally friendly, electrically powered Nikola Tesla, prefabricated in aluminium alloy by Burger Boats in October 2020 as the newest made of the mist for cruises into Niagara Falls. That's the vessel we have seen earlier. This is the findings. Aluminium as a material good for boat building, eco-friendly material, even if the cost is quite high compared to fiberglass and all other materials. That is a conclusion. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker for this session is Mr. Siddhant Gupta. He is the founder of Clearboat, Hong Kong, and the topic that he is going to present is automatic water hyacinth collection. So over to you.
Hi everyone, thank you for your time. So I'm Siddhant. I run a company called Clearbot. We're in booth B2 in the other hall if you want to come by and visit. So I'll just have a presentation up in a sec. Awesome. So a little introduction. So we're a company called Clearbot. We're based actually out of Bangalore and Hong Kong. Those are our two offices. And what we do is we basically make electric self-driving boats. And one of the things they're being used for is automatic hyacinth cleanup. And I understand hyacinth is a huge problem, especially here in Kerala, right? So hopefully today we'll talk a little about kind of what we're doing and how it works. Next slide, please. So, yeah, so we start with the problem, right? Hyacinth is a huge problem in Kerala. Not only in Kerala, to be honest, all over the world. Basically, you have fertilizer, surface runoff, goes into the water and kind of creates the perfect conditions for these plants to grow, which makes the waterways unusable. Excuse me. Sorry, next slide, yeah. So at our company, we believe that the balance between humanity and the sort of environment is broken, and our mission is to try and rebuild that relationship. Next slide. And what we saw today in the market is these kind of solutions, right? So you might have seen these. Most of the existing solutions, first of all, they're either using excavators or right directly, or they're using these kind of hyacinth collection boats. But these boats run on petrol or diesel, which itself makes it very polluting. So while cleaning up pollution, you are creating pollution, which I think is kind of defeating the purpose. But also they are expensive to operate and they require a lot of maintenance. So diesel petrol engines require a lot of maintenance to run. So next slide. So we started our journey about 3 years ago in Bali in Indonesia, and we started interviewing actually a lot of people to understand the problems and the kind of solutions that are being used. Next slide. And over a 3-year development process, so our first boats, they weren't even boats, they were like some toys we put together. But we started off about roughly 3 years ago trying to build these. Next slide. And finally today, this is our solution. So today we build our machine in partnership with Razer, which is a Singaporean gaming company, and we basically replace these old kind of gasoline powered boats with cheaper, cleaner, greener machines. Next slide. And our boats can be used for not only hyacinth cleaning, so removing trash, so that's this garbage, which itself is a massive problem, usually associated with hyacinth. We're doing foam cleaning, oil cleaning, cargo, as well as inspections and surveys in unsafe areas. Next slide. So with regard to hyacinth, these are the kind of boats we have, and actually every month we keep increasing the size and capacity of our boats because we see bigger and bigger hyacinth contracts coming in. So this is in Hong Kong, and that is here in Kerala, in fact at Marine Drive only. A couple of months back we were doing our trials. Next slide please. So there's a short video here and you'll kind of see how the machine goes in. So we use a camera to detect where the hyacinth is. The machine learning algorithm drives the boat to the region. We have a conveyor belt inside the boat, so it kind of sucks up and eats up all the hyacinth, and then it's stored on the boat itself. And this entire process is without any manpower. You can sit in the US and drive a boat in Kerala easily, no problem. No pollution, it's fully electric, it runs remotely, and it can be charged with a solar panel as well, so 0 emissions. And we basically go in a zigzag to clean all the hyacinth up, and it's able to pick up 10 kgs every 2 minutes. In fact, our newest version is going to be double the size of this. So that way we have a much larger machine and we can collect more waste, more hyacinth in a single run. Next slide, please. So we are now developing a docking station as well, which means when the boat comes back, it will be able to keep the waste automatically in the same location. And that means the operator is not required to unload the waste as well. And on top of that, these boats are better for the environment, and if you're a contractor doing this work, it's better for business. So the electric solution is much cheaper to operate on a monthly basis, and we also offer a rental model. So the biggest problem with electric boats is it's capital intensive. You need to invest to buy the boat first. But with our machines, we offer a rental model, so you don't need to take the risk, capital risk, and you can directly start using our machine. Next slide, please. This is our control dashboard. We can show you a live demo of this at our booth at B2, but basically you can just drop the waypoints of the area you want to clean up, and our boat goes automatically and cleans it up. The boat also has a live video feed, so you can see exactly what is happening. If there's any other boat in the region, it'll give you a warning and tell you that, okay, there's an obstacle in the way. Next slide, please. We're also using a bit of machine learning on our boat. So with machine learning, we're able to identify objects very easily. This is the core advantage. So for example, if we're cleaning hyacinth or if we're cleaning waste, we are actually able to use the cameras to quantify exactly how much we are able to clean up. And so at the end of our operation, there's very high levels of transparency. People are able to find out, okay, how much was cleaned up today, what is the total area coverage, and we give the report directly to our clients via online dashboard. Next slide, please. The boats are manufactured now fully in India. We are built out of Bangalore. So we're also looking for support in actually building these boats. So we're building bigger and bigger boats, and we are incapable of not doing that ourselves. So we're looking for boat suppliers to help us to do this. Next slide, please. And just covering some quick use cases. So this is the hyacinth cleanup. This particular project's in Hong Kong. Next slide. And we are helping the Hong Kong government in the water pumping station. So their water pumping station has hyacinth getting stuck in it. And so we are using that behind the dam. Basically, they have a dam. Behind the dam, all the hyacinth collects up. So we're using our machine to clean it out. So this project has about 3 boats, and they run 3 times a week, and they basically keep it clean throughout the year. So even though it's a seasonal problem, they've basically said, okay, keep the boats here, run them through the year. Whenever there's an issue, we'll use your machine. Next slide. This is the next pilot. We are doing this in Kerala. Actually, this is the boat that's on display here this week. And this boat will go to Trivandrum where we are doing our pilot. Next slide. So we've done the pilot initially first in Kochi itself, and we are trialing out. So India is a slightly different environment. It's hotter. There's more hyacinth, and so we are making some modifications now to our machine, specifically for India. And the idea is that a team of 1 to 2 people can control a fleet of 5 boats and keep the water clean throughout the year, able to run a maintenance kind of project. Next slide. So this is our newest design. This will be released in April. It's basically an extension of our current model, and it has brushes in the front to break the hyacinth, because sometimes we have hyacinth is very thick, so we're able to break it, and we can then collect it in a floating barge. And this way, if you want to have the operation, you just switch the barge, and the same boat can keep going out 8 hours a day cleaning. And we have 500 kg weight capacity, and the boat can actually tow 2 tons. So we can increase the capacity if required. Next slide. So quickly to wrap up, I'll just cover some of the other use cases so you can get an idea. The same machine can do multiple tasks, so there's very high value. If with one machine, in the off season, even if you're not cleaning hyacinth, it can be used to do waste cleanup. Next slide. So we're doing waste cleanup projects. So next slide. We're doing waste cleanup projects with marinas to collect waste out in sort of where it collects in the corners. Next slide. We are doing foam and oil cleaning for the government. Next slide. Where in the water treatment plants, there's a lot of foam. It collects and they have to manually go in a boat and clean it. But with our machine, it's fully automated. They can just send the machine and it goes out every day. And again, the machine learning gives the result, the report every day to the client. Next slide. And finally, in any kind of marine construction area. So, next slide. We are seeing a lot of projects now in marine construction where basically there's some unsafe area like sewage areas or canals. It's unsafe to send a human being, or the human beings don't want to go. In this case, we can send the boat. You put all the sensing equipment, cameras, sensors on the boat, and the boat can go in under the steel beams on the tunnel, do the inspection, and come back without creating any dangerous situation for anyone. Next slide. So yeah, these are our partners and clients. We are Pan-Asia now, focusing on India. And next slide. This is some of the slides, a bit messy, but this is some of the technical information. But feel free to reach out to me. Next slide. My contact details are available at the bottom, or I'm up here on stage. So yeah, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
We have one more speaker for this session, but he has not arrived yet. So while we wait for that speaker, we'll use the time to take up some questions, quick questions for this 2 talks that we had now. So the floor is open for questions. If anybody have any questions, please. Yeah, so may I invite the 2 speakers, Mr. Joy Jacob and Mr. Siddhant Gupta, to the stage, please. So from the audience, so now it's time for questions as we wait for the 3rd speaker.
Hello, good evening. Regarding the clear board, what will be the initial capital for the? What will be the capital investment for purchasing this clear board? Yeah.
Hi. So to answer your question, actually at the moment we are trying not to sell the boats. We rent the boats out to our clients anywhere between 1.5 lakhs a month to 5 lakhs a month, depending on the size of the boat, use case, how many sensors they need, everything, and the length of the project, length of the contract. In terms of buying the boat, we are only selling the boat to kind of distributors, because the concern is that they may not have the technical expertise to do the maintenance, right? So if we sell the boat, we need to make sure the client is trained and able to maintain. So if you're interested in buying it directly, please talk to me, and then we basically figure out if it's capable, they're capable to maintain, and then do that. But otherwise, we rent the boat out on a service basis.
Any other questions? Siddhant, I have a couple of questions for your clear board. you mentioned about that operating it in the like it works like a remote control this thing. Is it working in a remote control or is it autonomous? Like you plan, you have a mission fed into the system and then it goes and complete the mission and comes back, or is it remotely controlled by some operators sitting somewhere when you are doing these missions in
So actually, we have both options available. You can put a pre-fed mission. In fact, when we say autonomous mode, basically we predefine the GPS location of the area we clean. We feed the mission in, and the boat goes out and does it on its own. We also have the option that somebody can sit and drive it remotely. So some of our clients prefer this. For example, in marine construction, they don't want the boat to be autonomous. They want the supervisor to be looking at the boat, driving the boat at all times. So depending on the client, we actually have both options available.
And you can like switch the sensors, if you are using it for hyacinth collection, you'll be using a different sort of sensor. Like how does it know that whether it is plant or some debris or waste or something like that?
So actually the equipment on the boat is mostly the same, especially for trash and hyacinth. Any surface cleanup is all the same equipment. We just tell it on the software. We have a dashboard, so we can define what it has to do. So when we feed the mission, we also define what it has to do, and then it kind of goes and does that. We only change the equipment and the sensors if we are doing inspection, for example, or we're doing seabed survey. Then we need to change the equipment on board to actually do that project. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? So my question to Mr. Joy Jacob, you mentioned about eco-friendly materials, but then the list of materials that you have presented is conventional materials that we are using today, right? I was just kind of curious what's a new finding or new thing that you have to bring up to the public.
So basically, the new developments, as we discuss about the different type of raw materials we have used so far, the final outcome is fiberglass as widely used because it's a flexibility to mold, build and maintain side also. Fiberglass is the best material used for in the era. But when we are considering about the corrosion side, that is non-corrosion is the problem now. We can't dispose the material. That is the concern of the present era. That is the reason people are quite afraid of going for fiberglass, because that is sustainable, lifelong. They can't remove, destroy the item. So another problem is recyclability also not possible for fiberglass. These are the things considered in the new development of mainly not like India, like many developed countries go for aluminium. That is the reason for aluminium is widely using. Only the angle of this. Am I right, sir?
Thank you. Any questions? So we have the two speakers. They can move to the So we have the